Assemble everyone. All right.
What is up, everybody? Good morning, good morning. Schmidt links assemble, that's right. Rex the Rebel, thank you for the early prime, I appreciate you. Wait, echo? My sound is there twice. Why is it there twice? Is it still here? Oh. Is it better now? Is it fine now? Okay, no. I updated OBS this morning. I updated OBS this morning because I thought that's why we had the crashing issues yesterday and on the weekend. And for some reason it enabled the microphone of my webcam was on after the update. I didn't realize that. Okay, well. Bring back second Josh? I mean... Okay, it should be fine now. Let me know if there's any other things that sound or feel different after the update. I might be able to fix that, but okay. Thank you, Sir Lytro. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you. That means a lot to me. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. The YUGIOH is really doable today. We shall try. We shall try then. Thank you again, Sir Lightshoe. I don't mind hearing that twice. Glad you enjoy the content. Thank you. Thank you for the 7 months. Josh and Josh market watch. Should we do a market watch with double voice? Because minus times minus is obviously plus on my market watches. Skip card guesser and cook Spright. We will cook Spright. No hurry. We are in no hurry, friends. We are in no hurry, friends. I plan on having plenty of time to experiment. With Spright. Rough Life 95. Thank you for the 5 months. I'm doing good, Hash. How are you? No skipping, but let's get right in, huh? Let's get right in because I am looking forward to cooking some Spright. Who's ready? I saw HZAKO already in chat. I think everyone is here. Let's go. That's not a good start. I have no idea what that is. I think I need another zoom. Actually, isn't that an ancient gear? Yeah, actually, I think I did know that. That's a lot of green. What is that called? It's the bow and arrow thing. Silver bow? Is that what it's called? Silver bow and arrow. That sounds about right. All right. That sounded right. That's card of safe return. Please get that out of here. You would think that's Avion. And you'd be right about that. Is this Cosmo Brain? This gives me Duel Links vibes. Yeah, it's Cosmo Brain. Madolce? I think this is Meow Fuel. This thing. It might be this. Yeah. It's a good start, yeah. This is a Gusto something? Question mark? Gusto. I mean, I always feel like it's Gusto Guldo or something. It's not. Daigusto? Daigusto Balcos then? They all look. It's Daigusto Guldos, unfortunate. Some shark again. I'm not very good at identifying the sharks. Well, I'm good at identifying the fact that it is a shark, but I'm not very good at identifying it further. Double fin shark. All right. Wait, is that Ascension Sky Dragon? Yeah, it is. I won that. Dalmans, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. This is dog outstanding. No, it's Mary, I think. Yeah. This is... I have no idea about this one. Wait, no, it's Chain Whirlwind. Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called, yeah. Because it's a chain and it's a whirlwind. That makes a chain whirlwind. Oh, is it Kamakiri? 2? Oh, okay. That's Paleozoic. But one of not the greatest ones. Which is it Hallucigenia? No, it's not. Aw. Aldonia then. Well, there's two bad ones. Bloody Toasty, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Appreciate you. Who is this? This doesn't even look like Yu-Gi-Oh artwork. Oh, it's Prophecy Destroyer. That looks like this is like, I think this is the Yu-Gi-Oh card that looks the most like a Magic card. And I don't think it's close. Okay, this is Dai-Fi. Alright, Tyrant. Tantrum? Temper? Nope. Tyrants. Tummy ache? Pog. I'm getting Yangzing vibes. It is, because it is Yangzing, right? But what is it? Is it Box? It's not Boxia, is it? Unleashed? Okay. Which one? Hyades? Okay. Is that the rank 3? Steel Swarm? No. Is this Lucifer? Lucius? 6? Yeah. Oh. Chaos Ruler, based. Extranet. This is the Union thing, I think. It's like mech assault, armor support something. Are you sure it's Delta Tri? No, it's not. I'm pretty sure it's the... Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like support, heavy mech support armor. Heavy mech support platform. Yeah, this one. This looks like Sergeant Electro? No. Ah, it's Junk Forward. Is this a Battle Wasp? Pin the bullseye. Okay. These types of things give me Ogdoadic vibes nowadays. I don't know much about Ogdoadic, but I feel like that's Ogdoadic. Ogdoadic. What though? That's the field spell for sure. Okay, what is the field spell? Origin? Easy. What do we have here? A guitar. I'm gonna put guitar. Speedroid? Wait, that's a speedroid? Block? Block and roll. Alright. Okay then. This is like Mecha Phantom Beast, but no, it's Duck Fighter. What? Oh, it's a Duck Fighter. This is not Demok. It's like Enlightenment of. Is it not? No, it's like Light and Dark. Light and Dark Dedication. That one. Who's this? I don't know this. Guiltia the D Knight. Alright. Oh, it's a retrain. This is Koakimeru Boulder. This. Oh, it's Oja Magic. I didn't need another zoom. Oja Magic. This one I have no idea. Axelite. Alright. Some dragon. I don't want to zoom further because then we get no points. Anyone in chat know? Silver Rocket. Oh, you might be right about that. No, you're not. Oh, it was a support card that had Silver Rocket on it. Still a good guess. This is DD Trainer, I want to say? Nah? But it's something with coach. Or trainer, second goblin? Really? Okay. What kind of bird is that? Mimicry. Mimicry. Oh, it's a raid raptor. I'm so bad at raid raptors. Let's Utopia support. Let's skip Utopia support, okay? Please. That's Hornet drones. This looks very familiar. Elemental recharge. Okay. This is like someone knows this for sure. I'm not zooming further. Doom Rider. Doom Rider. This thing? Okay, I've never heard the name, but I felt like it looked very much like a card you would know. Is this the what's it called? The Synchro? Sirius, right? Yeah. This is something of the normal. Revenge or Law? Law. That is Luna Light Fusion, I think. Luna Light Fusion. Yeah. This looks familiar. Is that Sloth? Oh, it's Sloth. Oh, I zoomed so much for Sloth. Who that? Chat. Who that? Fairy Archer? Okay. What is that? Night Assailant. Why is there 2 Night Assailants? Okay. This is DD Savant Thomas, I think. Please? Yes. Goated. Warm. Now. R? Okay. Oh yeah, there's 1 worm for each letter of the alphabet, right? Worm. This is old. This is an old snake. Flame Viper. Ain't no flames in that image. What is that? Oh wait, no, that's Sword Soul Emergence. This is Defender. This is like Breaker's break. It's not? Oh wait, no, it's Luster. I thought it was Breaker's little cousin. This is a Satellar Knight. Dineb? Deltaros? Deltaros. I don't know what that is. Actually, do I? I don't. Starry Night. Alright. This is, I think, Raiko, the Twilight Sworn. Yeah. Gorgon Eye. Gorgon. Yeah. I'm getting like Shiranui vibes, but yeah, it's Shiranui. Gora Turtle, I think. This might be Burst of Destruction. Wait, there's no burst? Burst stream? Yeah. Chronomaly. Chronomaly, but we only have 2 seconds. Okay, wait a minute. 9:14. 9:14 is not bad. It's not our best work, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We are back to we are almost back to full glory. All right. Well done, chat. Well played. GG's. What's the best? I think it was 1,200. One day we were out of our minds good. We did like 1,200, I think, one time. But we've only ever hit 1,000, I think, twice. I think twice we've hit 1,000. But so 900 is actually pretty good for our standards. All right, and you guys said this was easy today. Wait, okay. Level 3, 500 attack from 2008. Surely it's a tuner then? Wait, was there already tuners in 2008? I don't think so. Yes, Duel is Genesis. Okay, when then it's probably a psychic then. It's probably a psychic. Like, is Krebon's 2008? Okay, there is tuners. Keep in mind, 500 attack. Junk Synchron is not 500 attack. Birdman is not 500 attack. Junk Synchron is like 1,300. Psychic Commander is 1,400. There's a psychic that's 500 and has a lot of defense. There is one. There is a psychic. There is a level 3. It's the guy that's also on the image of emergency teleport. I think it's the guy that's on the... I think it's Mind Protector. That's what it's called. That's what I was thinking of, but that's not it. It's zero attack. Okay. No, that's the one I was thinking of. It's level 3. That's the guy from Teleport. It's not a tuner though, but it's not a psychic. What else could it be though? What else could it be though if it's not a tuner? Let me quickly check if it's a tuner. Hold up. Let me check if it's a tuner by just putting Krebons. It is not a tuner. It is a dark level 3 with 500 attack. But what does that mean? It can't be a... Is there a synchro level 3 from 2008? It can be a flip. It's probably a flip then. It could be a flip. It could be a union. It could be a Gemini. It could be a ritual. The normal dark? It could be dark to dark. Okay, yeah, that was it. That was it. Nice, well done. It was Dark the Dark Charmer. It was Dark the Dark Charmer. All right, well done. Well done, chat. And with that, warm-up is done. Let us talk about what we're going to do today. Because I have 3 things planned, basically. And I think they're going to fill out the entire stream. I have 3 things planned for today. First things first, I want to give you guys my opinion on the new Master Duel Banlist. Because that dropped. That dropped, I think, tonight. Like, I don't know when exactly it dropped, but it dropped tonight. And I want to give you guys my opinion on it. It is, of course, as it is a Master Duel ban list and they get one almost every month, it is relatively small, but I still wanted to give you guys some input on it, what I think about it, and so on and so forth. But since we are so caught up in TCG, like, format and whatnot, that is all in terms of Master Duel for today. I want to just quickly talk about the ban list and then we're going to hop back into TCG territory. Because quite frankly, I'm gonna wait until this ban list is active until I'm gonna play decks with it, because it takes a couple it takes a little while until this is in effect. And then after that there is going to be a couple more deck profiles from yesterday that came out yesterday that I wanted to see. It's only 3 of them. And they are all decks that we haven't seen yet. Like, there's like all of decks that we have not looked at a single profile yet yesterday. So I wanted to quickly look into that. And then after that, we're doing a cooking stream. I wanted to really test a little bit of Spright. And this is not just something like, it's not something that's just for content. It's something that I really wanted to do for myself. I really want to know where Spright stands in this upcoming format, because I was very disappointed. I was very disappointed by the result that Sprites put up in the YCS. And so I want to check out if that was because the deck is actually not that good anymore, or because maybe people didn't really play the deck or didn't play it in the right way. So I want to check some stuff out, and then we're going to try some Spright. Evans PTS, thank you for the Prime, and Blight32, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate your support. So, yeah. And then tier lists we're going to do tomorrow. Can you believe that? Actually, tier list Thursday? That's crazy, isn't it? Scammed? Oh, right. Hold up. Hold up. Yes, you've redeemed a remix. Oh my god, it's on cooldown. I've cooled myself down. It's on cooldown now. I can't give it to you. Hold up. I need to wait. I need to wait 15 seconds, then you can have it. Because I put a cooldown on. Hold up. Get the PPDs ready. It's gonna come in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There you go. Motley, thank you for the 2 months. Spright Enjoyers Unite. That's what we're gonna do today. I'm gonna wait for the remix to finish, and then we're gonna hop into the mass duel ban list. Why is no one talking about Sword Soul as a contender? People are talking about Sword Soul, but it's just not that impressive. It's like, it's solid. It's like solid tier 2, I would think, but it's not that good. Anyways, let us hop into the Master Duel ban list discussion / first reaction. I haven't really looked at this yet. I think I'm also going to upload this one to YouTube just because I really want to bring a little bit more Master Duel content to my channel as well. Since we are talking about it on stream anyways, I might as well also upload some of it to YouTube. So if you're seeing this on YouTube and you are one of the Master Duel content enjoyers, welcome everybody, welcome to the channel. There's going to be a little bit more Master Duel content in the future as well, so make sure you subscribe. And a new Master Duel ban list just dropped. It's crazy at which speed they are adjusting the ban list in Master Duel. It's really coming from someone in the TCG. It's like really unusual that we are getting so frequent updates to the Master Duel ban list. But I mean, I'm all for it. I really like the idea of making very regular small adjustments. So let us hop right in. Let us hop right in over here and check out this new Master Duel Forbidden Limited List update. Cards to be unlimited. Gen X Ally Birdman. I think we don't have to talk about Gen X Ally Birdman a lot. That card didn't see any play at 2. Probably won't see much play at 3. Like, if it just feels like that card is fine in today's like Yu-Gi-Oh. Especially with Master Duel in the format, another just like special summon effect doesn't seem that great. So I'm down for 3 Birdmans. Thunder Dragon Roar from 2 to 3. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even know that card was semi-limited. But I am here for it. That's fine. In my opinion, Thunder Dragons are not completely out of the question for Master Duel because we do have Colossus. We do have Colossus, so that card has some potential, but simply since like no one's been using it, I can definitely understand where they're coming from. And I mean, since we get ban list updates so frequently in Master Duel, it's like if this card becomes a problem, or like if Thunder Dragons becomes a problem, they have the freedom to react relatively quickly to that. So I'm down for some experimentation like this. I'm happy about 3 Dragon Roars. And the absolute same goes for Orchest Harp Horror. I've played Orchest in the past. It was very fun, but it never felt like it was like an actual problem or like a crazy good deck. It's absolutely fine for Harp to be at 3, in my opinion. I'm very happy. I wish we could have that in the TCG too, but I hope that maybe if the TCG sees that Harp is at 3 in the OCG and at 3 in Master Duel and it's still not going to do that much, maybe that means we can have it in the TCG at some point. But yeah, I'm happy about that. But now for the real meta impacting hits, because all 3 of these are probably not that impactful. We have a couple of Runics down here, and we have Runic Destruction from 3 to 2. We have Freezing Curses from 3 to 2, and we have Slumber from 3 to 2. These are relatively small hits, I will say. But overall, hitting 3 Runic cards is still relevant, especially for the decks that were running the full lineup, like the Floodgate decks were running the full lineup. I will say one thing. I think the reason as to why they did this, because of course these cards are weaker than Fountain and Tip, but I do think the one reason why they did this is because these are not the ultra rares, and I feel like that's been a trend. At least I know from Duel Links, that's been a trend where they try to hit the decks by not touching the ultra rares, because if you hit ultra rares, that means people get a lot of dust in return when they dust their ultra rares, and then they can craft more cards without spending any money. And you also don't want to make people feel bad about getting a bunch of ultra rares, because Runic is a relatively expensive engine in Master Duel, right? It's like Hugin is ultra, Fountain is ultra, Tip is ultra. So it's like I mean, it's not cheap for Master Duel. For Master Duel standards, it's not a cheap deck, I think. And so they're touching the super rares and the rares here, which I guess is fine. I mean, if you told me, hey, you have to hit Runic in Master Duel without touching any of the ultra rares, I mean, I guess you're gonna hit Destruction, Freezing Curses, and Slumber, because those are the best ones after the ultra rares. So I mean, it makes sense. So like, it's not the biggest hit to Runic, but it is a hit to Runic regardless, because those are like also the best ones to draw into. Like if you're playing Runic Spright and you pull off your combo and you want to draw into more Runic spells, this is definitely the best ones. Besides Flashing Fire, actually. Flashing Fire is probably a better one to hit than Slumber. They should have probably hit Flashing Fire. That's also a really good one. But look, it's that's the good thing about Master Duel, is like they only give us a ban list. Like they only give us small changes on these ban lists, but at least we get these ban list hits more frequently. So if Runic turns out to still be a huge problem, or like a super dominant deck in Master Duel, I'm sure we're gonna get another adjustment in like a month or 1.5. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. And that's really the best thing about all of this. It's like we get very frequent updates. So if at any point an update doesn't do enough, then we probably get another update soon. And that's what I'm expecting for Runics. I still think Runics are going to be good. Of course, this hits the deck. There's for good reason you play 3 Destruction, 3 Freezing Curses, and 3 Slumber in every single Runic deck. So they are better than other cards you could play in that slot. So you're going to have to, like, the quality of your deck is still going to decrease because you play 3 of these for good reason. And so this is still a hit. Even though it might not be sufficient, it is still a hit. Fusion Destiny from 1 to 2, that card sees virtually no play outside of like Verte Anaconda, so I think that's fine. I honestly think that card could be at 3 at some point again. That's fine, especially since we have this in the TCG right now. No one's playing it. Of course, we don't have Verte in the TCG, but still. And we also don't have the hits to, what is it? Celestial is hit in Master Duel, right? So like you can't even go for the draw 2 play on the follow-up turn. So I think Fusion Destiny is absolutely fine in Master Duel. I think that card is eventually going to go to 3 because I don't see people playing it a lot with 2 copies even. And then Amano Ivato to 1. And that's a very welcome change in my opinion, because that is a hit specifically aimed at Floodgate Runic. And that's cool in my book. That is absolutely cool in my book. Of course, that is not really, in my opinion, addressing the core problems like the Floodgates, for example. It doesn't really address those, but still, in my book, 1 Amano is better to play against than 3, so it's fine. I mean, of course, you could argue that, hey, this card should be banned or whatever, but at the end of the day, 1 copy of Amano Ivato is better than 3 in my book, so I'm happy about this change. Whether this is enough to solve Floodgate Runic, right? Going from 3 Amanos to 1 Amano and then losing a couple of Runic spells, so losing a little bit of consistency. Whether that's enough, we'll have to see. But once again, I just can't stress enough every time how, yes, most of these Master Duel updates feel a little bit like they're not as impactful. Like very, very often that's the case. But every single time I just have to remind myself that, hey, this is not the TCG. This doesn't mean this is like the final thing we get for like 3, 4, 5 months. No, Master Duel gives us very frequent updates. So even smaller updates are fine. And I think in general, all of these cards on this ban list are reasonable hits. All of the cards here are moving in the right direction, right? The cards that are currently not doing anything are moving up the ban list. Or like moving away from the ban list, and the cards that are currently dominating the game are getting hit on the ban list, and so that's like it's a good list. It's a good list, even though it might not be impactful enough. But with the background of Master Duel, where we get very frequent updates, this is fine. Now, Runic Spright, I think, is still the best deck. If you are wondering what you should play now, if you've enjoyed Runic Spright before this ban list, Runic Spright takes a small consistency hit from this, but you can easily replace these runics with other runics. And of course, sometimes you're going to draw into worse runics, and then you're not going to have that freezing curses negate, or that runic destruction removal, or that slumber protection. But still, Runic Spright is absolutely fine. You can just replace with other runics or other tech cards, and that's that. But it does give a better chance to other decks to maybe keep up. So that's what I'm going to say for that. Of course, I didn't expect him to hit Spright even more than just the starter to 2. Just like, what is it, like a week after release? So I think we're gonna have to wait for some Spright hits. So Spright is probably gonna be the dominant force moving forward still. But there's that. Overall, in my opinion, solid list. Looking forward to more changes in the future, though, to maybe some of the floodgates and runic stun problem. But overall, good job, and keep it up, Master Duel. And you know, if you enjoyed that short review, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And that's it. Bye-bye. Peace. Say goodbye to YouTube, chat. Say goodbye to the Master Duel YouTube viewers. Be nice, and see you guys next time. Okay. That was that. Short little thing. I think it's a fine list. Like, honestly, I think it's a fine list. I think it's cool. I think it's chill. Do we know when Maze of Memories openings are happening? When does Maze of Memories release? Let me check real quick. Maze of Memories. Yo, Tyler, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Damn, we really don't know much about Maze of Memories. Is Maze of Memories a collector's rare set? Yes? No? Okay. Do we know anything about, like, Billy Break feels strong, man? What happens with Billy Break? Did you see the emergency balance in the XYZ event? I did see that it was that they banned the, what was it, Flying Sea, which I guess makes sense because that card prevents XYZ summons. So that should have definitely happened. Like, I don't know how you're gonna make an XYZ festival and leave Flying Sea untouched. That is so dumb. They probably just forgot, and so they fixed it. But I mean, at least they fixed it. So good for them. Anyways, we really don't know much. We really don't know much about Maze of Memories, I suppose. It releases March 9th. Which is in 2.5 weeks. We know Chimera reprint. I mean, we know there's Guardian Chimera and Baronne de Fleur. Yeah, we know that. But in terms of the new card effects, we don't have many of them yet, do we? Is this like is this a deck building set where we're gonna have like 3 new archetypes again? No. Okay. So what is it then? Just like random new cards? Like Toon Chaos? Okay. Just like a bunch of random new cards and reprints? Read the product description. Alright then. Imports a significant number of new cards from the OCG set History Archive collection. Introduces new world premiere cards that revitalize the Paradox Brothers Gate Guardian strategy, including the new fusion monsters that use Kazajin, Suijin, and Sangha of the Thunder. I always found it weird that 2 of them were called Jins and 1 of them wasn't. But maybe that's just me. Introduces new members support for the Barians, Black Luster Soldier, Chaos, CXYZ, Elemental Hero, Firewall, Fusion, Fusion Dragon, Hero, Infernity, Number 10X, Number C, Pendulum Dragon, Polymerization, Rank Up Magic, Red Eyes, Resonator, Stardust, Synchro Dragon, Synchron, Utopia, Utopic, and XYZ Dragon archetypes. Okay. Jin means god in... Yeah, I mean, okay, but why is it not called Sangha Jin then? Or whatever. But damn, that's a lot of support. That's a lot of support in there. I mean, okay then. That's also a lot of support that no one asked for. Like, I'm sure a lot of people are happy about Elemental Hero support. Or Red Eyes support. The hell is polymerization support? Okay. We're gonna get to it sooner rather than later. I don't know when we get pack openings or the spoilers, but as soon as we do, I'll be here to react to it and tell you what I think about the cards, of course. But for now, I don't think it's like let us look into this set once we know everything. Then I'm gonna review it for all of you on stream. All right, now before we hop into Spright Cooking, let us quickly check out the last, or like I found 3 deck profiles this morning from YCS Las Vegas that I wanted to review. I haven't seen them yet, but there is a Dark World deck from Squiddy, I think, who went 7-2. Didn't top, but 7-2 is respectable, I think. So I'm gonna check it out. And then we have top 16 Marincess, which that's crazy. That's crazy in my opinion, that Marincess out of all things topped the event. And then there is the Live Twin Spright deck, which we're going to do that last because that's the segue into Spright testing. Let's start with Dark World. Let's go from least exciting to most exciting, I think. Even though Dark World's pretty cool.
Hey guys, Squiddy's channel.
Hey guys, what's good? YUGIOH, it's me, your boy Squiddy back in with another deck profile. We're here at YCS Vegas in 3v3, and we just bubbled, unfortunately, but we're so close to finishing with the next 2 record and potentially top 16ing. So yeah, we played 2 cashier decks, and I played this Dark World deck that was decently good. Went X2 as a personal record with it, so yeah, I want to do a quick little profile. I think the deck is really good. Anthony and I, we worked on it together, and yeah, I guess that meant. So we kind of like made this deck, I think, like, what, a couple of days before the
main deck lava
before. We didn't know it was good, but my other friend Victor,
the secrets are nice.
He kind of was playing this for a while, and he sent me lists last format, and it was unplayable because of Abyss Queller, obviously. So like the deck was just like, and the shufflers
And shifters.
But now that that's all gone, statue, it's like really, really good. You can play through anything because now the card's once per turn. So we made deck 3 Lava Golem because everyone's in the caster format, everyone's playing Arise Heart, so you really want to get rid of that. There are a lot of problem monsters going second this deck. It's really, really hard to play because like walking macro smells advantages everything, you can't do anything. So Lava Golem is really good.
But if you out there Arise Heart, like
you're gonna win because you can just play your anything. Like I played through like 3 hand traps the other day. Lava Golem is also a fiend, so you can banish it or discard it for gates. So it's really, really good.
we tried trading to go away, but we ended up cutting it.
Yeah, because anytime they ash it, you just lose. So that's their non-engine, just 3 Lava Golem. In the Dark Worlds, we played 3 Ganta, so this is like some of the new stuff that came on the starter deck. Right? Yeah, this is the best one. It's like the best starter. Discard it to add gates, so you get your engine rolling. This goes in the grave, so you have something to banish for gates. And then when he's banished, you can special him back once per turn when you control another Dark World card, which gates would be a Dark World card. So it's level 4 as well. You can make Daguerres with it, and it's just really.
It's not once per turn either.
Oh yeah, it's not once per turn. So when you summon it back, you bounce it back with either Graph or the other one, and then it's not once per turn, so you can keep discarding it to add gates and keep going. And then the other Dark World 3 Snow standard, not once per turn either. You can search itself as well. So like if you're trying to turbo and just like keep drawing cards, each time you
wonder if it has
essentially
dangers.
+1 to the drawing card. So you can just search another copy of Snow if you don't know what you want to get, then do it again, and then you get another card. 3 Rainbow, this is a new one. You can bounce to level 7 or lower. Dark World to your hand, special summon it. It's 3k attack, 33 with gates, really good. Also, you can bounce this for a Grapha as well. So you instantly get like a free +2 because you bounce a monster and then you bounce this. So it's really, really good. When it's discarded, you can add either Silva or Grapha from your deck to hand. And then we played 2 Graphas. I only played 2 because it's not really a card you want to draw. You do need it for the fusion card, and it does pop, so it's kind
Dark World looks cool, but at the same time, super toxic with the hand loop.
free.
I think it's as simple as if you're playing Dark World, it's pretty fun. If you're playing against Dark World, it's horrible. Like that's basically what this deck is. It's like Infernity. There's like decks. there's decks like Flunder that are fun for neither player. Like Flunder is just fun for neither player. It doesn't matter if you're playing Flunder or if you're playing against Flunder, it's not fun. Dark World and Infernity, if you're playing them, you're having fun. If you're playing against them, not so much.
Other Dark Worlds, 2 Silva. You have to play 2 because like a lot of times this is a card you search off of the rainbows. So you kind of use it for your combos. You bounce it back, and then having another one later for the hand loop is really important.
Yeah, you can link one off, and if you only have one, you kind of just.
Yeah, it's hard to get it back. And then this is like the combo. So this deck essentially loops for 5 on turn 1, unimpeded. And then you also end on like Appaloosa, Harbinger, Grapple Fusion, like a bunch of negates. So the game's just over. It's FDK. They have to put the cards on the bottom of the deck as well, so they just can't interact. And then you bounce this back with like a K-Shake and Security Dragon, keep doing it. And then Zephyros, Honorary, Dark World, really good. Bounce stuff. Level
You
4.
just reuse gates.
Yeah, you reuse gates, pay for 100, make the Garrus. And then we also played this card, Albion. So Ed Exception, shout out to him. Before the tournament, he kind of gave us a hint.
High
He was
Spirits.
also
Yeah,
playing
we
Dark
tried
Folk.
that.
So he said to play Brandon High Spirits because you can just essentially choose what you want to discard. And then this allows you to put it back and draw a card. So we played that. And it's the Dark for Allure as well. And then we played Dangers, 3 Nesty, 3 Mothman, and then 1 Bigfoot, 1 Jackalope, 1 Chupacabra. So this one's obviously the best one because they're the good ones. This one's alright as well. This is good because it's 3 level 8s. You can make Giant Trainer. This is alright.
Giant Trainer.
So you can banish it for gates. And then this one's just level 4, which is really good. If you discard it, it's a Dark World dealing, so it's not like the end of the world. We didn't want to play a bunch because like the bad ones, how you lose is you whip on them, like they snipe the dangers and you're just like down cards and you start losing. Spells, 3 lure. You need this because you can draw cards. Trade-in's bad because if they ash it, you're down 2 cards, but this is like 1 for 1, so it doesn't matter. And then we played 3 gates, one of the best cards. 2 Brandon High Spirits. You only play 2 because it's not really good to draw this once per turn. And then after you can only activate it once, it's dead on the following consecutive.
So you dump the second one off.
Yeah, you dump the second one off Albion. And this is really nice because you can actually use it on your opponent's turn. So I did this to like send a grapple once to out of enemies rulers, so that's kind of cool. And then one of the archives, really good. Search off Snow because you can discard and draw 2 cards. One of the fusion spell, you only need 1 because these are all once per turn. This is searchable as well. And this is insane because the graveyard effect allows you to recursion. And then charge. So this one is really good because you search off Snow.
Charge is just reborn.
We didn't test that.
Yeah, we didn't test that. Ed said to play it, so we were like, it was actually really good. Because a lot of times you don't have enough bodies, like you're just like looping the 1 Silva over and over, so you get like 2 level 8s, and then this allows you to get another body, so you bounce it back for grapple or whatever to make Giant Trainer, which is back for him. And then God Card Destruction. It's absolutely insane when you resolve it.
Oh, right, you can play Card Destruction now because there's no more tier.
3 Ash, we just wanted something for Branded, because like if they get the lock with Gimmick Puppet or like Raw or whatever, the game's over, so we just want to stop Branded Fusion. And then some of the other God cards was 3 Book of Eclipse. This is absolutely insane card to pair with the Lava Golems. I actually just won like the last match because I drew 2 of these with Lava Golem, and he went the full cash board, and I said to he shifted me as well.
Yeah.
And he banished one in the end phase. On his turn, I used the other one to flip his board, so I survived. He drew like a bunch of cards, and then on my turn, yeah, I wasn't shifted, so Lava Golem like won the game. It was crazy. And then Gamma, this is just for like shifter and then maybe draw. We decided to go first as well. Lancia also hurts this deck because can't use gates or Allure. Pretty good. And then 2 Lingrable for Ripley.
Nobody played it though.
Yeah, nobody played it. 2 Dangle and
Dangle Secca.
Because you just summon this and you just like the game's over. I didn't play any Labyrinth, so I didn't summon it. But in theory, it's really good. And then extra deck.
Extra deck wasn't perfect.
Yeah, it wasn't perfect. We could have done a lot better. 2 Graphas because you make one and then you add back the spell, you set it so you can make the other one. Also, like Cashier Banishing, obviously. This just for the High Spirits. And then Muckracker is really powerful.
It's like the best card next to it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's generic, you discard, you're locked in the Fiends, but you bring someone back, you bounce it, you get like +2. A K-Shake just for returning the Cerulli, or you can do your Dangers as well, because it does it both. Once you do the same as Security Dragon, returning those. This is for popping the Nightmares. And so you can do this really easily, and then do this, you get rid of 2 cards. And they're also Fiends, so when you're Fiend locked, you can make them. Appaloosa, shout out to Kevin Lynn for lending me this. And then Saryuja, this is really good because you draw 4 cards, and then you can also special summon a name, bounce it back, and keep playing. One thing that Ed mentioned was playing Zealantis, because you could use Appaloosa or Saryuja to make Zealantis, and then you can make Muckracker, use the effect to lock yourself into Fiends, and then Zealantis can banish everything, and your opponent's monsters don't summon back because you're locked in the Fiends. So that's something we probably should guess. Yeah. And I don't think Zeus came up, honestly, we didn't miss it. So
The thing is, the thing that's like kind of disappointing about this is that there's nothing special in this list. I was looking for some spice, but this is like almost exactly what I've tried before. And I'm still not sure if that's good enough overall
rank 4s
for this format. It's a solid list.
This guy and Evos from Nairo.
It's like a solid list, but I feel like it's...
we got Shifter, we want to be able to end on something, and that's way better against Cash because they can't.
Yeah.
Evil Swap Nightmares nice against Cash.
Like I survived 3 turns with this.
That's true, then. It's probably fine with it.
Yeah. And then Harbinger and Giant Trainer. We didn't play any of the other ones. They could be worth testing, but this is basically enough. This is insane in time because like this deck, you take you draw your entire deck. Sometimes it takes forever, so a lot of times you do go to time, so you just like burn. Same with Harbinger. It's just like a good end board.
No time, though.
No, I didn't actually. I was just playing fast. But yeah, we learned the deck in 2 days, so it was kind of hard to adjust. I was definitely misplaying, but it was so good. I played through like everything.
Yeah, Isala and Furman also played Dark World, but I mean none of them did top. So I don't know. It's like it's a cool deck. It just doesn't quite get there, I feel like. Like it's just going second. It's kind of like Dark World is a deck that once again, it relies on full engine. Like this main deck was what? 37 engine, 3 lava golems, right? So if you go second with this deck, you have to rely on your engine to break the board, or you can draw a lava golem. And like, that's not that impressive as in terms of what a deck can do in this format. I think you can do better than that, but it's a fine list. I like it. It's solid. I think it's like for all intents and purposes, I think it's like the best you can do with Dark World. Like I think Dark World is a deck that just works like that, right? It's just like it's just head against the wall, like full engine, hope it works. I don't think you can do Dark World in like a way where you can like tech it and spice it up to beat everything and like be flexible. It just doesn't really do that. It's just like try your thing. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Most of the time in this format, it probably doesn't. If you go first though, this deck is hella scary. This deck is hella scary. If I go second against this deck, probably losing. Especially the people that are like board breaker approaches, right? Like Book of Eclipse, Lava Golem, Sphere Mode. If those evenly matched, if those cards are in your deck and you go second against Dark World, you lost. Like, because most people have like Ash in their deck and that's it. Maybe a Nibiru, but Nibiru is honestly not that good against Dark World because they have a lot of resources in hand usually. They don't commit that much to the board. Of course, Kashtira, I do think will side shifter this format. Like, so the way it goes is like, even if you win the dice roll against Kashtira, which is 50%, you're probably going to win game 1. Then you're probably going to lose game 2. Of course, not 100%, but you're probably going to lose game 2. And then in game 3, they're still going to have shifter in your deck. So you only have like so much to actually win the game. So much percentage. Like, it's, yeah. Okay, Marin says that this one's crazy to me.
This is Isaiah Houston here from Ground Game YGO, here with an interesting deck profile from 3v3 Las Vegas YCS. And I'm here with Shannon Long. Okay, what did you do?
Me and my homies, not just me, my homies. Shout out to West, my teammate.
Okay.
Top 16.
Top 16. And only X1s get in, right?
X1.
X1s, okay, okay. What did you finish?
11th of the Swiss, yeah.
11th of the Switch, nice, nice. So you said you had an interesting deck profile today.
Yep. I played Marincess.
You played Marincess. Why Marincess?
I think it was really good going into cash and Despy as well.
And Despy, okay.
And the deck can play a lot of hand traps. It's one card combo. I didn't drop a match.
You didn't drop a match, okay.
Sorry. Alright, so started off with the engine, Marincess, 3 blue things, GC horses, 3 spring girls.
Why are they sitting so far away? Why is it so low? Okay, so
yeah, we
have
tested this deck a lot for Nats. So I see you bumped the Mandan up to 2. That's like the biggest difference from that. You want to explain that why?
1 Pascalis and 2. What's the level 1 called?
First time you ever do the combo, I send this a lot, and it'll get banished. Having it for the extender for your following combo with sending it. Usually this is the card I send on my
Mandarin.
I summon, and this is the card I send usually because I already got this in rotation. Usually I already got this rotation in my hand. I want to get this in the green.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the reason behind that, and I think this ratio was like the best. I didn't play the level 5 one because I wanted every single one of the Marincess to be one combo. Obviously, I can't remember.
It's worse than extra copies of
5-1
Pascalis.
good,
I don't
it is
actually
pretty good.
know
Good, but I'm not trying to draw
the deck well enough to judge that. Like, I know
Yeah,
how
not
it
in
works.
this format.
I've even played it before, but I don't know the I don't know if that's. It might be true.
3 contacts.
Contact C
Main
and the
deck
main.
contact C.
3 Ash, 3 Valor.
Okay. Ash, Nib, self-explanatory. Valor, you didn't like Moonlight Chill? Valor's dead under a Rise Heart.
I want to be, yeah, I do completely agree with that, but I want to be able to, like, Moonlight only activates on summon. I want to be able to interact after the summon as well. Like, I just rather have that option.
Okay.
Yeah. Moonlight is good though, but I'm not trying to do one summon.
I tested Contact C a lot. How good was it for you this time?
Every time I do this card, I win.
Okay.
Yeah, discard does. You summon it, and you summon it at the correct time. That's the key point, correct time. And then I'll show the combo later on, but there's a way you can loop it. So it's just
What's the correct time against Despia? Because I even went over this in test. Is it the normal summon or after branded fusion? Normal summon. So normal summon Aluber?
Whichever one happens. If normal summon Aluber, I'm gonna contact it because their out is tribute summon it. Yeah.
Do you keep it in?
If you're going second and you lost a die roll, you're playing against Despia, they go normal summon Oliver, you just contact C, that should end the turn. If you're going first, it's a little bit iffy because they got access to Chimera. You know what I'm saying? So you just kind of watch with that. What you about to say?
No,
Yeah,
I was
they
going
can
to say exactly that. Like going second, you could just chimera your opponent with it. So,
Exactly, yeah.
and what about against Cash?
So you want to do it after their normal summon, or after they get. So it's actually a couple of them. After normal summon, if they get 3 bodies on board and have access to the level 4, or after what is it? Actually, those are 2 main ones. If they use a normal summon, you're going to contact C. Unless, if they lose them, you're going to contact C. And when they run, there goes. You summon this on that.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're locked because they can't
Yep.
Like they can't leave it away.
Yep, they can't make the Donna Dagger. Okay, I'm glad you liked it. Let's go.
Nib, really good. So that's it for Moscow.
Yeah, it's like the Moscow. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. The tricky thing against Kashtera with Contact C is that you have to basically do it. You have to do it after they are locked into XYZs, or they can just link it off into Donner, right? Which still isn't the worst in the world, right? And they have to have normal summon too. Because like let's say they go special summon Unicorn, search Theosis, activate Theosis, target Unicorn, special Fenrir. If you give them the Contact C right there, they can just go affect Fenrir, grab a level 7 and tribute summon, right? And still play somewhat. Of course, it still takes resources away from them in that case. It still does that, right? It still does that, but like, I think that's what makes it playable. You know what I mean? The reason why I think it's playable is not because it always auto wins, because I don't think it always auto wins, but if they the way they get rid of it, always costs them something, right? Like even in the scenario where they tribute summon over it, right? They lose a card from their hand, which is the tribute summon monster. They lose their normal summon and they lose the monster they tribute, right? Because they have to tribute the Contact C and another monster. So you are like, of course you're not locking them out of playing the game, but you are definitely hindering what they are trying to do, right? They are like altering their lines of plays because they have to get rid of their own Contact C. And it's the same against Despia, right? Because most people play most people these days play the sprint in the extra deck, the fusion sprint, not the, of course, not the Spright sprint. The fusion sprint is the one that works against Contact C, because you can fuse Albaz and Contact C into sprint. But what that means is that you're not making Lubellion or Albion, right? Sprind, yeah. So in that case, like, it still makes them play awkward, right? It still makes them play in awkward ways, and that's a good thing, right? You still stop them from doing what they would normally do, and that is worth something. So even in the worst case scenarios, the card is okay.
Spells, more starters, 3-sided mindings. Again, on the good combo, so you gotta play those. And then main deck Eclipse.
Main deck Eclipse.
Main deck Eclipse, yes.
Now, one of the things with Marine Sites, they have a bit of trouble clearing boards. So, how was Eclipse for you? Obviously,
I want to learn.
stopped
Thank you for the
interruptions
prime.
from
I
Cash and
appreciate you.
Despia.
Welcome to the
But how
channel.
did you
Thank
deal
so
with the
much.
boards?
Yeah, I mean, I had a pretty good balance. As you can see, I'm playing all those hand traps as well as some more. So see that I drew a bunch of hand traps, or I do this. So problem was pretty much solved. It was pretty good balance, honestly. If I
Okay.
played more copies of this, I would, because this card is intimidating.
Yep.
And I played
Worst case is lost plus fusion. Yeah, okay, that's the worst case. Yeah, that's bad.
But I also knew that there's going to be a bunch of hand traps, like everyone's, because we were testing a lot. We came to the agreement that the best main deck hand trap lineup is Ash, Infirm, Imperial, and Friends, because we have the hand traps. So I felt like Carbide was just good to cover those.
Okay.
Also, there's some other niche interactions.
How do you clear the monsters you book? We don't ask those questions. Mama, hi. Thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you.
Albaz?
Yeah. What's the the explosion shit? The puppet, the gimmick puppet. You call by that.
I don't like Signet and Marinces. I also don't. I hate Signet mining. I hate in general. I'm a huge. I don't like any of these searchers that are -1. I don't like Small World. I don't like Signet mining. I feel like maybe it's fine to play it. Maybe it's okay to play it if you think you need more consistency. But I hate the searchers that are -1. I hate Rhoda that's -1 basically. Like I just like I don't like the commitment. I don't like the commitment. It's so good in Salad. Well, that's because in Salad, most of the time it wasn't a -1. That was like the one reason. Like in Salad, you would have enough reasonable discards that you actually wanted in the graveyard that it was fine. Also in Salad, it could actually also just be an extender, right? Because you could like normal summon, they would remove your normal summon, and then you could use Signet mining to get a Cyberse from hand to grave to trigger Gazelle and so on and so forth. Like it had more uses in Salamangreat than just being a searcher, right? This card actually had purposes in Salamangreat. So it was I think a different scenario in Salamangreat. In most cases these days, it's just a Rhoda that's -1. Like here, it has very fringe purposes in Marinces. It's not completely pointless, but for all intents and purposes, it's mostly used just as a consistency card, and that's it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of interactions that's really good.
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, it can help with Spring Girl, that's true.
Yep. 2 die, not 3.
Not 3. This card does nothing by itself. Again, I want 1 card starters. Cards that do something by themselves.
Yep.
We already looked at the Sword Soul deck yesterday. The VOD from yesterday is up. If you want my opinion on the Sword Soul deck, it's in yesterday's VOD.
So
3 more Emperors.
Wow, okay. You played 3. Why was it? Because of hacker, or you just wanted to open it and return with combo?
I've never seen 3 waves. I've seen 1, I've seen 2, I've never seen 3.
Honestly, hacker, they gotta get there first. Like,
if they do get there, you got 3.
Yeah, they gotta get there first. A lot of times they didn't because I get traps, but 3 because like I'm tinging a lot and I'm digging a lot. Like hitting this is nuts, and having multiple copies of this card in your hand is just nuts. So
yeah.
Copies. And I'm a worst case scenario kind of player, so my triumph is not gonna go.
Did you watch the latest episode of Magical Hats? What was that? What was the last one?
That's pretty clean, man.
So 40 clean, extra deck. I played 2 Angels, Blink ones, 3 Blue Slug. I know a lot of people play 2 and 2 or 2 and 1. I like
Floodgates? Oh, that sounds interesting. I haven't seen it yet. We might do that on lunch break today.
The 1 Crystal Heart. This isn't favored a lot, but this helps you. It helps. Honestly, this saved me a lot for the backroom decks. I played against the 2 or 3 Labyrinths. Yeah, I played against 2 Labyrinths, and this is what one me was doing because I was under skill drain. So summoning this with the fill spell makes your things unaffected really good, and then a lot of decks can't beat the towers, so it's just nuts. And it helps you beat the hero as well. You play Splash Mage as well as 3 Corals.
Coral's insane.
Yeah, I wanted to bump this to 3 because again I want to keep grinding, and then Splash Mage for the 1 card link 4 combo, so you gotta play it. Then it's insane after past turn 0 for additional plays.
So did they get to Mind Hacker a lot? Like what was they banishing from your extra deck?
Funny enough, I've never gotten Mind Hacker this entire life. I never got Mind Hacker once. They never got there. You saw the hint, like
too much hate?
Too much. I didn't get Mind Hacker once, not once. And if they did, they're most likely going to go for the boss monsters. They're not going to go for
that makes sense actually, because he's playing so many hand traps that like.
Yeah, I want to hit the bosses.
Yeah, you want to hit the bosses exactly. We play a couple of them. So. And the next link 3s, these 2. This is the best, probably the best card in extra deck because the follow-up is nuts. So this searches the trap and this adds more recursion.
Why you lying to people? So why you lying?
Oh, that's not the best card. That's the second best card for sure. But yeah, being able to add the trap and then once they clear, if they clear your board, being able to recur is just nuts. And then just add back into the same. This is the card I summon against trap decks most of the time. I summon this with the Crystal Heart because it's less resources. And
just realized your viewership has shot through the roof. Congrats. Thank you. I appreciate everyone being here. It is true. The viewer numbers have been insane recently. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream so much. It makes me very happy to see every time.
1 Reef and the 1 Agronaut. I summoned. So round 1 of the YCS, I summoned this like no knowledge blind, and I negated something and I got lava boom because what this does is it negates and then you summon from your spell trap. So after that, I think I never summoned this game 1. I always summon this and just draw the card because I'm trying to play around. Because if I don't got any knowledge, I'm not trying to lose a lot of them, so I just went for this one sometime. It worked out.
Okay, that's
Once I
interesting.
got that knowledge, I'll summon this, and I'll only
That's maybe something to take away for the Marincess players. Something I haven't really thought about yet. But Argonaut doesn't play around Lava Golem because, I mean, actually, it's kind of okay because, like, you negate the spell card and then you have 2 monsters and then they Lava Golem. But at that point, your card has already created, like, value, right? At that point, your card has already created value. Like, it's already done what it was supposed to do, but it's not gonna stick. But still, like, if you are scared of Lava Golem, you can consider going for Bubble Reef. Of course, you can only really go for Bubble Reef if you have sufficient non-engine in hand, right? Usually you should. Usually you should have enough hand traps in this version. But if you, for some reason, you draw a very engine-heavy hand, I think you go for Argonaut instead of Bubble Reef. But if you have a lot of hand traps and then you can draw into another one potentially, you can definitely go for a Bubble Reef opener that plays around Lava Golem.
So you're not negating any pot cards with that?
I'm negating nothing. Like, if they Lightning Storm me, okay, I probably have to negate that. Dark Hole, no, because it's going to be unaffected. I can say thing with Lightning Storm, I think it's back row, yeah, but Dark Hole, no. Actually, those are the only 2 cards you can really do anything. This is mainly, I got the mentality, this is mainly for evil. You just save this and negate for evil. Nothing else really matters if this is unaffected. And then this, yeah, and this is just recursion, and every turn you draw a card, it gets really big. Some from Banish, you do that a lot. It's nuts. But the best card in the extra deck was this guy right here.
He was playing the field spell, yeah.
Game in there. So you just,
wait, there's no Toad.
First or second, you just summon.
There was no Bahamut Shark Toad. Interesting.
And either one, sometimes I even have 3, even the little guys. Like not.
I mean, I get it. I get it in the sense that with Lava Golem and Sphere Mode are very, very popular cards right now. And so playing into them seems a little bit weird. On the other hand, I think the option would still be nice. Like, what if you did something, for example, where you play Bahamut Shark and Toad, and then, because if you go for Bubble Reef game 1, if you go for Bubble Reef game 1, your opponent is probably going to side out Lava Golem or not side it in. If they see that you go for a line that ends on 1 monster, nothing else, why would they go for like the, yeah, you know? I think that'd be okay to just play the option, and with the idea in mind that after siding you can do it to prepare for cards like Evenly Matched. And you don't expect them to keep Lava Golem after you show them that you go for Bubble Reef in game 1.
So it's usually something like this. This is what you have. You'll just do this, add a bit of effect, banish the entire board. You're locked into waters because of because of this. So it'll summon back all your monsters back and none of theirs, and then you have to place it like this, so that these are co-linked like this. And then you enter battle and you add a bit of effect to pop cards. This is co-linked. You should explain that. I think most people know that. Oh yeah, so this card has 2 effects. First effect, banish all monsters on the board and summon back both any monsters that were banished to the field to respective player board.
But honestly, I haven't played the deck enough. Maybe you need the 3 of the other links. Maybe it's important. It might be. It might be. I'm not a Marincess expert.
Up to the amount of co-link monsters you control. So these are all co-links. Yeah, so 3 of those, these 2 will be 2, and it's not targeting this game. So this is definitely the best card next to that.
Yeah, that card's insane. How many times you resolve that?
A lot. Every time you looked over, I just had this card on the board.
Every time this card resolved, every time resolved.
Yeah, it was just dumb. And it takes 1+ effect monster. So a lot of times I'll summon this, I'll go effect. Because I usually banish this.
It seems like a good list though, honestly.
Back from the banish, because it was banished.
I will say.
Summon this from the grave.
I will say one thing, out of all the 1-card Cyber's combo decks, I like Marincess the most, because it's like the least it feels like it's the least oppressive one, and it's like the most actual like gameplay afterwards.
That's the best card. Yeah, side.
Can't leave out the side.
Can't leave out the side. A lot of spicy.
A lot of spice?
So I played for hand traps, for extra hand traps. 3 draws, 3
well, Salad is not a 1-card combo.
I like these a lot, honestly. I did draw money for Despia. In theory, I was thinking I was going to side it for cash, but once I was like going deeper into the YCS, I realized it's not too good against cash, so I didn't side it against cash. But I did side these for cash. But into Despia,
finally,
okay.
yeah, there's finally a Lancia, dude. Where was Lancia all weekend? That card just seems nice.
It just keeps them off of the what's it called? The XYZ.
The Mind Hacker?
No, not Mind Hacker.
Or Rise Hacker.
Yeah, Rise Hacker. You don't care about Mind Hacker. The boss that's walking background, so it keeps them off of that. It's just it's just game from there. Despia is pretty good against Despia. These small circle plays. I like that a lot. Good into Evilly as well.
Well, there is ways how Kashtira can still make a Rise Heart under Lancia, but it requires a lot of investment. Because they cannot go for the... They cannot go special summon Rise Heart. And they can never trigger Shangri Era, of course, because that triggers on Banish. So it would be something like Special Unicorn, grab Theosis, Special Fenrir, and then Fenrir grabs whatever, and then you need like Birth plus normal summon. So it's like a... What is that? It's a 2-card combo that can still do it. They have to heart make it. It's pretty bad for them. I mean, it's definitely better than the alternative, like the full combo. Yeah. So even in that case, even if they still make it, even if they still make a Rise Heart, it's probably still worth it to play Lancia because they skip on so much other card advantage.
For spells, I play 3 droplets, 1 feather duster.
You have to shotgun Lancia to stop Prosperity.
Games 2 and 3, whichever one I lost, whatever.
I guess like that's the thing though. Do you have to? I feel like. Oh, that's a tough call. I don't think it's as obvious. Like, yes, they play Prosperity. Yes, you play Prosperity, and you would like to prevent Prosperity in case they have it. But on the other hand, Lancia also gets a decent bit better if they commit to the Rise Heart line, right? If they commit to the if they special Rise Heart and then you drop Lancia, that's very good for you. Right? Or even if they've already made Shangri Era. You know what I mean? Stopping Prosperity is a good point. It depends on your hand, honestly. It depends on your hand because basically, if you Lancia them early, you might stop a potential Prosp, which is an upside, but you also allow them to play their turn out with perfect information that they're going to be under Lancia. So they will never go for the Rise Heart search, for example, which that will also cost you something, right? That is going to cost you something. I think it depends on what deck you play and what your hand is, right? Like if your deck is like if you're playing Branded, for example, and you just let them prosper for Dimensional Barrier, that's a problem. Although on the other hand, I think Branded isn't even the best deck to play Lancia anyways, because Lancia, in all intents and purposes, is supposed to be a turn skip against Kashtira, and Branded is not the best deck to play turn skips in, because chances are that you are just going to get turn skipped back, and then it doesn't do anything, because if they have Ash or D-Barrier, you're just getting turn skipped right back. So I think in that case, it'd be better to play cards like Nibiru, where you're not turn skipping, you're actually taking stuff away from them. So that's a thing. But in general, I think it really depends on, do I want to give them this information that they will be under Lancia and then maybe still have to deal with an Rise Heart, because then they can go for like a 1 to 2 card combo, right? That a 2-card combo that still puts up a Rise Heart. If my hand can deal with it, then it's fine. If my hand can't deal with it, then probably have to wait and hope that they go for like the Shangri Era special Rise Heart, and then I'm gonna Lancia, and that hits them really hard. And then that might mean that you can even beat them with a mediocre hand. You know what I mean? Like it's not. I don't think it's as clear cut as you always have to do it in draw phase. CMDR Jukin, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you, Escalon, for game. Appreciate that.
Combo.
I know the combo.
Yeah, but for those that don't know, you do basic combo.
What's the most expensive card in Marin Says? Is it considered budget? I am not an expert on Marin Says prices, but I think it's considered budget. Like, how much is a Marin Says dive? I can actually check real quick. Marin Says dive. That card is like $6. So the core is probably not very expensive. Zealantis is also probably not expensive. There's no way. Yeah, Zealantis is like $8 or something. It's probably a good budget deck. It's probably a good budget deck, and it doesn't even play Prosperity. So The non-engine also doesn't look that expensive. Actually, that's a good recommendation for budget players, I think. That's actually a good yeah, I'm gonna keep that in mind for when people ask for budget options. I think that's a solid one.
Either one of these, whatever.
Because the extra deck, I'm pretty sure, is also just free.
That's just basic combo. You're gonna add
Like Argonaut, maybe?
Something, all your stuff unaffected. You're gonna have droplets.
Nah, Argonaut is literally free.
Okay. You're gonna activate this to give trap back. And trap into what's return. So you just do
Labyrinth is costly. Oh god, sweet summer child. Labyrinth is like one of the most expensive decks in the format right now, I think. It's not as expensive as Kashtira, but Labyrinth, I think, is like the second most expensive deck after Kashtira. I'm pretty sure Labyrinth is more expensive than Spright, and Labyrinth is also more expensive than Branded.
Literally any match that's not cash, Droplets is just really good against.
Like for Labyrinth, you really needed to be early. You really needed to be early. That deck was not very expensive a couple weeks ago, but now it's very expensive. Always been expensive? That's not true. That's not true. Welcome Labyrinth was a 10 euro card when it came out.
The only reason why this is the same play is because of cash, obviously. Just looking to them. Going into the other matchup is really good.
Macrocosmos is pretty good.
Macrocosmos is really good. And then the one for the duster, background, obviously. And then to complement that, the 3 new matches. This is all about the background. I liked it.
Okay. You wouldn't try a Thrust into...
Thrust?
Yeah.
Thrust is weird. Thrust is a good card, but it's not good in every deck. It's not good in this deck, for sure. It's not. It's just weird. I like this was fine. And then lastly, I'm the MVP Golden match.
Gozen match. Gozen over Rivalry?
Yeah, so Golden over Rivalry. Golden is better because into cash, they're all, sure, so if you play Rivalry, they're all psychic, so it does nothing. But Golden match, they're all different attributes. So
okay.
And the only one that's good against Golden match is Finbar, but the good basic caster combo, you start with Unicorn. So summon Unicorn for Golden matches is great. If they got Finbar, you probably shouldn't flip it until they activate the spell card, right?
Yeah,
definitely.
I like that list. That was a solid list, and actually a very good budget option. Yeah, that makes it. I'm not sure if I like the 3 waves. That is something where I would have to try Marin says more myself. It is something that I could see it make sense, but I currently can't judge that well enough. But overall, I think that was solid. No Desires is something that, yeah, I mean, you probably can play that in this deck. Okay, but almost enough deck profile watching. Just one more. Can you link the video? I just closed it. Just look for YCS Las Vegas Marincess. You'll find it. It's gonna be up there. I just closed it. My bad.
Adrian Gonzalez here with the Live Twin Spright deck that you guys wanted to see. I'm gonna just give a brief summary.
So this is Live Twin Spright. I want to see that, and then we're gonna go into Spright Cooking session as well.
How
ourselves
came to this deck and like what exactly happened immediately after the Banlist dropped. So we started out testing a few different decks versus the Kashtira deck, and slowly found more and more weaknesses to build upon in whatever deck I would ultimately choose to play. It was pretty clear after one of our testing sessions that Cash didn't
I cannot turn the volume up more. What I can do is I can turn my own volume down a little bit, and then you can turn the stream up. Because it is quite low for me as well. But I can turn my volume down a little bit, like that. And then you can just turn the stream up.
Dealing with mid-range decks because of all the hand traps that it played, and just like one card engine that could push through hand traps as well. From my prior knowledge of Spright and now with Elfband,
I don't have the volume
the
mixer extension.
More susceptible to being exposed, but the Spright cards, in my opinion, were still by far the strongest engine in the game, and also exposed one of Kashtira's biggest weaknesses, which is making Zeus.
Wait, they're reading this from the phone. Okay.
Without activating the monster effect. So I knew I wanted to play some Spright deck, and intuition told me that Pure and Runic were just not could expose Cash's biggest weakness. Lila plus Spright Blue, aka Blue Blue, is an FCK. And well, now let's get right into the deck. So for the Life Twins, it was D6, so 3 blue, 2 the red one, and then 1 the...
I have some ideas with Live Tunes, by the way. I have some ideas with Live Tunes that we're going to talk about today.
Red Extender, the 3 Tenki, and 3 of the Secret...
No, I think it's fine to prepare, like, the stuff in written form. I think it's totally reasonable to prepare it in written form if you have certain things you want to say. I don't mind it.
Password. So for this, I decided to believe Jesse on the 5 normal summon roll and cut a pink, allowing me to confidently cut the blue extender which saved 2 main deck spots, and also just like the blue extender was very, very bad, and like.
Okay, so we wanted to keep it with 5 normal summons, but we are not really doing that. I guess like drawing a normal summon plus Sunny Snitch is not the same as drawing 2 normal summons, because you can go for the extender. That's okay. Still, that's a very, very big Life Twin package. I am not sure if you need that, but we're gonna talk about that a little bit more later, because I thought about playing much smaller Life Twin packages in my lists today, but I mean, still, like, you want to make sure you see them.
It would only come up if the pink normal summon was your normal summon, and then this
top 4 gets a prize card. Third place gets a prize card. If you get top 4 and you lose in a YCS, that doesn't matter if it's Team YCS or regular YCS. You have to play. You have to play for third place if you lose the semifinals, basically.
On top of that, you didn't have any Spright engine to extend past that.
And the winner gets a prize card.
I wanted to replace the 2 cards I cut with more consistency.
Which I feel like is a little bit unnecessarily stressful now that I think about it. I feel like they could just give both one. Like, after you lose in top 4, it's kind of a weird feeling to have to play again, but
it technically cut a consistency card by cutting the pink. But
that's cool to know for when I come third in YCS. I mean, you never know. Hey,
that increased the power of the Spright half of the deck. I just cut that consistency card as well.
This deck, if it can't start with both engines, will struggle. I mean, I'm not sure if that's true, because there is one line I thought that you can do in Life Twin Spright where you don't actually need to draw a single Life Twin, where you just go Sprint, send one of the twins, and then you go Gigantic, summon the other twin. So you don't actually need to draw a single one, and then you have both in rotation, and then you can do the whole Lila Kiss-a-Kill thing, right?
Help the deck out in that way. The Life Twins, unlike Nimble Beaver, actually apply pressure as normal summons and help end on disruption and follow up.
That's what I was gonna do. That's the spoiler. That's what we're gonna do today in Runic Spright. By the way, we're gonna do Runic Life Twin Spright with a very, very small Life Twin package, so that we can just go Hugin, summon the sprites, make Sprint, send a twin, make Gigantic, summon the other twin, go for the twin combo alongside Runic combo. I like that idea. I think it's a good idea.
Then getting into the Spright cards.
Stop saying Sprite. Madge.
So all of these are like really good. I think all of these are standard for the most part as like for Spright.
Would the Dark Beckoning Beasts not be better for Runic because you can revive Capshell with the continuous spell? Ooh, now you're talking my language. The reason why I wasn't thinking about playing the Dark Beckoning Beasts is because I was currently aiming at... I was planning to play Lava Golem. That feels very good, this format, but that is a good idea. Ooh. I liked it. I like the way you said that.
One in one of these, because this actually just allows you to kill your opponent, and this was what the pink normal summon was cut for, and it just allowed you to go for game with just these cards if you didn't draw any of these. So this card came into discussion because the deck had like some issues versus Despia, but it was mainly just like going second after you stop their turn. You can't reliably end on disruptions to stop them for another turn, which would like allow you to kill them like across 2 turns. So like,
have you seen the new Master Duel ban list? I've reacted to it this morning. It's going to be up on YouTube like shortly after the stream, like tonight.
Something that would like allow me to kill them that turn.
My opinion on it, but I think it's solid still. I don't think it's that comical. Like people. I think people. Sorry for the interruption on the TCG content. I think people overreact on Master Duel ban lists because they are used to TCG ban lists being like every 3, 4, 5 months. But in Master Duel, I think it's totally fine if we get a very small ban list with very small changes, because we get one every month, so it's whatever.
Yeah. Gamma Burst was like pretty crazy all weekend. It just really was insane.
Some players say Elf Gone makes Spright have no way to grind game. Is that true? Somewhat. I don't think it's completely true. I don't think Spright is dead. I think you just have to be a little bit more creative with how you play it. Like, there is ways for Spright to have grind game. For example, you can play Runic, great grind game. You can play Life Twins, great grind game. You can also play pure Spright, but you have to make Toad, and then when Toad can add back Beaver, because you go for Sprint into Angler, and you always have a follow-up Beaver, that is also follow-up. So I don't think it's entirely true. Or maybe Melfi's. Melfi's actually is probably better than people give it credit for, but I haven't tried it.
This card just like was really, really, really good, and like it really helped cover the weakness of losing Elf, which like affected your grind game. So like if you have this to just kill your opponent, like you don't worry about the grind game.
My mind is getting closer and closer to the possibility of actually having to play Gamma Burst at some point in Spright.
For the part card that I chose to play was Desires. So there's like a brief argument of whether or not this would be Prosperity or not. Just because like this card's like overall like very solid, but Prosperity is like also pretty solid, even though it has like some inconsistencies with your Life Twin part of the deck. But
I mean, I love Prosperity so much more than Desires. The fact that you don't draw with the Life Twins is huge, though.
Shined when you want second, just digging for side deck cards, that much easier. But ultimately, I chose to go with this because it just helped with going first that much more. And then I also find myself siding out at least down to like one Desires going second into cash since I side Thrusting. Just because like if they do get to the Diabolos, you don't want to like have this be the way you start to play because then you just lose your entire deck. Either that or you just give them more materials to a Rice Heart, which like if they have like a chainable something to just activate to just get banished to get like a third material after you use the
keeping
pot,
one in. I was like, why the hell do you keep one? But then they're siding Thrusting. I was like, okay, they had me in the first half. Not gonna lie. Most Flame EU, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
40. 3 Ash, 2 Veiler, 2 Nib, 3 Imperm, and 3 Book of Eclipse. So Ash is just very good. It's just
okay. So people currently tend to be going with a mix of Hand Traps and Book of Eclipse. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Specifically, Effect Veiler is a card like Effect Veiler and Impermanence. They're not bad cards. Don't get me wrong. They're probably okay to play this format even, but I can't help but feel that they are not as impactful as I would like them to be for the current format. Like Veilering against Kashtira feels super whack. Like your Veilering Unicorn, they have so many possible extenders. Like it's not even funny. They have so many possible extenders to your Veiler on Unicorn. Same for Imperm. Imperm at least has the advantage. Imperm at least has the advantage that you can draw it as your 6th card and maybe just negate the Arise Heart. Like that works. I don't know. I really would have liked to see like the only hand traps so far, the only hand traps that I have actually liked, both in theory and in practice so far, were like Nibiru is really good if you can ever resolve it. And it does feel like game 1 you have a reasonable chance of resolving it until people start playing around it, but that might be okay for you. Like Nib is solid. I think you Veiler or Imprem the level 4 it prevents a Rice Heart. I mean it does, but only if they have I mean, first of all, worst case, they still have Unicorn Fenrir, and they get a Unicorn Rip. And it's not easy to play through Unicorn Fenrir. Because Unicorn rips once on their turn, and then if you start playing, they rip again. So they rip 2 cards. So even if you play a card twice, they can rip both copies. And the Fenrir is still there. So I don't think it's like super good to Veiler the Rice Heart. Nico Nee, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. So I don't know. It's just like yes, it has uses. It's not dead. It's definitely not dead. But I would always prefer it be Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Nibiru, Thrusting, Talents, like all those cards seem better to me. But I guess in Life Twin Spright, where you draw cards on your opponent's turn, it makes a little bit of sense.
Especially in like an open format like this. I was honestly very surprised that a lot of top players did choose to play Cash. I'm not sure if they will continue to play Cash because I think that deck is very, very bad. But I did expect it to be the most played deck this weekend. But again,
if they make Shangri-Ira before activating Rise Heart, which I guess they would most of the time, then you can still Valor. Then they don't get the immediate they don't get the immediate Unicorn Rip, but they still banish Big Bang for cost, and then they can still summon a card from under Shangri-Ira. So they still have the Fenrir or the Unicorn back on the field, and then on your turn, they still, in the standby phase, they still get Shangri-Ira effect. So they still have, at the very minimum, with no extension, they still have Shangri-Ira, Fenrir, Unicorn, Rise Heart as their board after Valor.
I don't
Which
think
is like,
that
it's
trend will
beatable,
continue at all.
but it's not like great.
Valor is like not necessarily the best, but it flows with your deck very, very well, simply because it's not once per turn and you can draw it during your opponent's turn. So like,
this is true. Like, if your deck draws cards on your opponent's turn, like the Life Twin engine does, Valor has some solid implications, I believe.
several times throughout the day, I just draw like extra hand traps during my opponent's turn, just like make my board that much more resilient. Or like drawing Book of Eclipse, which is also just like one of the best going second cards right now. To like crack
enemy controller is great. I'm very surprised there's no enemy controller here. Enemy controller would be amazing here, in my opinion, because you're playing such a big Life Twin package. If you play such a big Life Twin package, like I would love enemy controller. They probably just weren't aware of that. I don't think they thought about enemy and were like, yeah, that's not good enough in this deck. I feel like if you are aware about enemy controller, you put it into this deck. Like in pure Life Twin Spright, I think enemy controller is very, very good. I think it's better than most of the other tech cards. Like, it's definitely better than like an Imperm.
This card is like the only one that doesn't do it, but this is like still just by far one of the best ones to play. It just avoids thrust and tactics, since like people know you're on a hand trap deck. If they did decide to play,
I play the deck with 3 Nip, 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, 3 Enemy, and 3 Book. That sounds reasonable, yeah.
either of those cards, they would side those cards in just to like help them push through the hand traps. Like to go along with like the rest of the deck is just, you just really want your deck to be like as little as clunky as possible, so that in the games where you do get tactics looked at the hand, you just have like way too much going on for them to make it worthwhile. That's it for the main deck. For the side deck, I played the third Valor and 1 Mourner. So this is like a little random, but I was to 14 cards because I moved Gamma Burst from the side to the main deck. So I knew that this slot would probably be just a hand trap, so I just chose to make it Mourner, just like another Vader type card. Again, for the same reason, it's just like another card you could draw into when you go first. Okay. Especially since, at least my theory when it comes to playing mid-range decks like these is to like build your side to avoid the blowout cards like Evenly and Storm. And so, with like these cards for going first, I take out these 6, which are very weak to the blowout cards, whereas these 6 are not weak to any of those cards. Because this is chainable. This is chainable. Worst case, you just summon Jet from grave and you add a starter for the follow-up. And then these just stay in your hand, avoiding that. Double Cross just like, there was like some talk about meaning it, because it is just like very strong if you do go first. Like it is by far the best like grab off of Jet. Just because it's very hard to like play through this, and it also like your opponent special summoning Fenrir applies like a little bit too much pressure for your deck. Like you have to trade 2 for 1 interruption wise against a Fenrir, which isn't that great, but it's very manageable. And then with this card,
we are cooking today.
You don't
yeah.
really have to care about the Fenrir. So it's like if they ever go battle phase, you could just like take it, start a battle, and then you still have all your disruptions. And then Deep Barrier is just like, at least right now, the best going first card in my opinion. Especially with Gamma Burst being in the deck, it just made it so that like skipping your opponent's turn was just very lethal, and you just like easily kill them because like your deck just plays through hand traps, stops yourself from getting it. You grab Gamma Burst and you just OTK. Next is the thrusting toolbox, which are these cards.
Okay, that's a little weird to me.
So,
like, I understand, but like, you just said your 15th, you had like 14 side deck cards, and so you just threw in a random hand trap. Why didn't you go 3 thrusting? Like, if you play so many random one-offs for thrusting, why wouldn't you play 3 thrusting?
Like, these are like the obvious ones, and like this card was a Pancratops for like a little bit, but the Pancratops was like mainly for Spright mirrors, because I thought like at least like there would be a few more like other good Spright players like playing the deck, but like I just never played versus one. But I still figured that like a Dark Ritter would be much better than a Pancratops in that slot.
Probably not though. Looking at the rest of the deck,
like all of these cards were like very, very good.
It might just be a siding pattern thing where you need one more card to side going first, which was the Mourner, because they side out 6 for 6 going first, and you don't want to like side in thrusting going first, of course. So maybe the 15th slot needed to be a card for going first instead of second.
Just like being able to turn like these 1-0s into 3-0s whenever you need them is like very strong. Then Searching Duster is probably like the strongest part about this card, because the Labyrinth deck triggers like monster effects sometimes when you like go to the battle phase, and then you just like thrusting for Duster, clear the background, then you're just free to play from there, and they're just so far behind. Then for the last card is just Street Cosmic. With the rise, we expected like a small rise in Runic decks.
That makes sense.
Like this card,
it covers like it covers Runic, it covers Labyrinth. It's a good card, I think, moving forward in decks like these that have room for non-engine like that.
Going into that, then it's just like generic back removal.
Can you believe though that we are watching at 1.5 speed? It doesn't feel like that to me, honestly.
For the extra, I have 3 of the pink link, 2 of the blue link. Again, it's like mainly a life twin deck, so you play like the standard ratio.
Like how the hell? How does 1x sound?
Of these cards, and then this card is like, I really like this card. Like it was.
Bro, you talk at 0.5 speed. That was normal speed right now. There's no shot.
It was really good for me this weekend, and then I just think it's just like a very strong card to just play in the deck. That thing is working. Just like being able.
Okay.
To like make it with like these, you get the draw, you get the pop, and then you deal a lot of damage. So
yeah, my man's slow cooking.
Like, monsters, and like let's say you like Desires Banish your Gamma Burst. Like this is the card that lets you go for the OTK. Then if it doesn't do that, it still just attacks over a big body, attacks itself out for these. You get the remaining effects. Then this gets banished. Sending this to the grave to re-trigger this during your opponent's turn. Then this is just like non-target spot removal.
Okay, so we play a bigger life twin
Like,
extra deck package. That's something I was wondering. Like without Elf, we probably need that.
You get rivalry. Like,
he's simmering. Let him simmer.
Or just like unknown back row. Like if your opponent hasn't done anything. This dark. Again, like the theory was like play versus Spright mirrors, but like they just didn't exist this weekend. The only time I summoned this card, and the only reason I summoned this card was because it pointed down, and I double crossed my opponent's nib token. Because this is the only card in the deck that isn't these that points down. So that was pretty funny, but this could have been like anything, but I don't know if I would actually change it. Because there is like some scenarios where if you don't open one of your life twin starters, but you open like a Spright starter, that spell, you can like make this crash, and then that'll get you access to your life twin engine. That didn't come up, but it has come up a few times in the past, and yeah, I think just like that alone like makes it worth playing over other cards. For the XYZs, I played Sky Cavalry as like the main form to get into Zeus. The main reason for this was so you had to get into Zeus, but it also returned Mirror Jades back into the extra deck, which is something like that's otherwise really hard to deal with in this deck, since Zeusing a Mirror Jade just clears your whole board. Then yeah, that can just be really tough to like recover from. Played Gin Buster as a extra negate to make. This card was really good. Like the burn effect on around.
Finally, someone playing Gin Buster, dude.
Me and my opponent, I think, were both at 8k, and with like a minute left on the clock, I summoned this with like a full like board, right? And then so I put him on. Okay, his draw for turn has to be a Spreader Tribe, and I have a Carry Negate, and he has 2 other cards in his hand which are monster effects, which I just burn him. And since he was playing Runic cards, he couldn't enter battle phase to attack. So it's like he just couldn't activate anything, so he was forced to pass back, and then I just went by attacking. Anakin Cat. Like a little weird since like you've seen I don't play like targets for the card, like anything specific to summon. It's just there to like tutor out the life twins, or to tutor out Blue and Jet to like make the Mannequin
Cat makes sense.
The gigantic Zeus line, which is just like a very clean line to make whenever you just want to have engine and you want to wipe a board. Was also there to like punish shifters that were decided in versus me and against like a Kashira deck, since I'd summon 2 monsters. Like if I normal summon a life twin starter, right? They don't want those cards getting into the grave, so they will shifter me. Like after I normal summon, then I'll overlay for Mannequin Cat in defense mode, summon their shifter, and now they control monster. Then I'll summon Blue, Jet add double cross.
Ooh, that's interesting.
So
yeah. Oh, you can play Mannequin Cat in like Spright decks if you're afraid of Kashtira shiftering you, and then you just give them shifter, and now all their starter cards are dead. That's interesting.
Summon the Mannequin Cat dealt with all their special summons from hand, and then I'd have like a carrot or a red off the gigantic as a negate. So that would just like easily beat the shifter. The only time I got shifter was versus what's that deck called? The Exo Sister deck, which like
that's cute.
So it wasn't like that crazy, but it like still stopped the market from being activated. which is that deck's like main form to like push. Then we have double gigantic. So this is like your main starter play and your main follow-up play. To use your Spright engine to get back into your Lifetime engine, and also to use your starter play to use your Lifetime engine to get into your Spright engine.
There was no sprint.
Especially like the way I sequence the hands that I would draw. It just made
There's
it, like, very
no
hard for my
sprint.
opponent to
So I mean,
ever
in this
hand that
case,
me.
it makes sense. What I said earlier is of course irrelevant if you don't play sprint, because what I said earlier is like I'm not sure if you should play such a big Life Twin package, because you don't actually, since sprint was released, you don't actually need to draw the Life Twins anymore technically, because you can go sprint, send one, and then you go gigantic summon the other one. And that works. That gets you into the combo. But if you don't play sprint, then of course you need to play a large Life Twin package, which I guess what I just said only really applies to like Runic Spright, where you can play Runic Spright with a very small twin package, I think. Whereas you can't really do that in like non-Runic, because how are you going to start? How are you going to get to that sprint if you don't have the Life Twin? Like you need a normal summon, right? You need a normal summon to do that.
And like even one of my hands push through an Ash, and then I summon.
What about F-Zero? How are you going to make F-Zero?
And like just full combo, and then he showed me later that he also had Imperm Nib, which there just wasn't a good time after that to like for him to Imperm Nib me. So that was just crazy. It was like I pushed through an Ash and then turned off Imperm and Nib. So like this deck's just like very insane because they can just do stuff like that. Then we had Downer and Double Deuce. So people weren't going as heavy for the Diabolos lines. But this is like probably still just correct to like play Double Deuce just because of how strong it is into Kashtira and board. Then
okay, honestly, not a bad list, I think. Not a bad list, but might have some things to improve, in my opinion. But let us, with that being said, let us hop into the cooking. Let me get some music in here. And then let me turn my volume back up. All right. Oh. Okay, so I have two things in mind for Spright. The first thing is I wanna look at Runic Spright a little bit more, because I think that deck has a lot of potential. And then the second thing is I want to look at some pure like Life Twin Spright as well. This one is the old version that we labbed around with the Merly and the Dragostapelia. It's not gonna be that. So even before, also the other thing is that the idea of the Dark Beckoning Beast was actually interesting with Capshell. There might be a world where you play Dark Beckoning Beast with Capshell in Runic to in Runic Spright, but then we can't play Lava Golem. The one thing I was thinking about was how do I go about Lava Golem? Because of course, there's a lot of ways to play awesome normal summons like Dark Beckoning Beast, Hyperia, Capshell, Twins in Runic Spright, and they are really good. Normal summons in Runic Spright are really strong, but then I can't play Lava Golem. So one thing I was thinking about, let me put some of the options down here. Hold up. Like, we could also play Kaijus. Theoretically. It's not impossible. It's not impossible to play normal summons and Kaijus as your tech cards. I think Kaijus aren't as bad in the current format as people make them out to be. It could also be something like Kurikara. Kaiju's trade 1-for-1, but that's fine against Kashtira, I think, because their end board only really has like 1 or 2 threats. What about Psychic Eraser Laser? Wait, what? Eraser. Oh, that thing. It's not bad. The thing is, basically, if you play a deck like Runic Spright, and you focus completely on power spells, I would love that. But you are very, very focused on basically you're losing whenever Kashtira locks your back row zones. Right? You are losing whenever Kashtira locks your back row. And I'm not sure if you can just do that. Because as we saw in the finals, they can absolutely do that sometimes. Another card you could also play that doesn't conflict with normal summons is Nibiru. So basically, the first step is, I think, yeah, Nibiru is also another card that I think works in this format as a main deck card. And Nibiru is significantly stronger. Like, Nibiru has good synergy with Runic because of two things. First of all, it's inherently better going first than Lava Golem and Kaiju, of course. But you can also draw into it with Fountain on your opponent's turn, right? And if you make a Spright Runic board and your opponent tries to play into it, Nibiru is always gonna, like, destroy them. But so the minimum that we have to play is something like this. We also don't have to play Talons necessarily. So for all intents and purposes, we have like 9 slots here. We could also play one less Spright, but I don't like that too much. So we have like 9 slots, but we still have to play like... We still have to play some form of target for sprint. And so what I was thinking about doing was just doing a very small Life Twin package. A very small Life Twin package like this one. Just 3. And I'll tell you why 3. Hold up. I'll show you why 3. You need the pink normal summon? Why do I need the pink normal summon? I'll show you why. Hold on. Let me take out these optionals. I don't know how many of these we need though, but let me throw in a couple for now. So what I was thinking was, if we have a hand of like this hand, very good hand. Hold up. Let's just say we have, let's ignore the amount of cards we can draw off of Fountain. Let's just say we summon Hugin. Oops. We summon Hugin. And then we summon Jet or Blue. And we go, you know, the usual tango. Let's say we do red probably to play around Nib. And then we make Sprind. We send Kissikil Frost. Well, the first annoying thing is that we get nibbed if we make Gigantic here, but we could outplay that in some forms, but let's not worry about how we play optimally through hand traps. But let's say we make Gigantic here, and then we can use Gigantic to summon the other part. Right? And then this makes Lila. Do we want to start with Lila? Or do we want to start with Kissikil? We probably want to start with Kissikil, right? So we'd have to go for... We'd have to go Sprint, send Lila, and then Gigantic summon Frost. Okay. Anyways, let's say we did that. We make another, and then Lila, and then we draw... Right? We draw one. Yeah, so that's a solid line that we can make without drawing any Life Twins. I think that's good. And then we have 6 slots for non-engine. And in this deck, we could play Lava Golem. We could play Lava Golem because we don't need our normal summon. Right? We could play Sunny. I don't know yet what we need in the extra deck. We might want Sunny. I don't know. I haven't played enough with it, but I'm down to experiment. You can't really make Sunny though very often. So I don't know if you need it. Because the space is tight here. We definitely need Onibimaru. We need these 4, I think. So we don't have much wiggle room here. Evenly main? It could be evenly. Honestly, I'm kind of down to play Nibiru. I'm kind of down to play Nibiru. The only downside of Nibiru and Lava Golem is that it loses to it doesn't lose, but it's weak to if they go for the more balanced like triple material Arise Art and pass, but I think for now that's fine. Are we cooked if they take sprint? No, we're not. I don't think we are. Let's think what we would side here. We can't side much against Kashtira going second. We can like side out. What can we side out against Kashtira going second? Smashers? A Runic Spell. A Life Twin. I want to try Kurikara. I think we probably side out. We could also main deck Ash. Like, it could be Ash and Nibiru. That would also work. Ash is less impactful against Kashtira, though. Maybe it's two. Maybe it's two. I have to test if you can play 2 Kill, 2 Lila. No trouble, Sunny. Zeus is still a good option. The problem is you have to play like 2. And I don't see us really fitting 2 Zeuses. What else do we need side deck for? Labyrinth. Well, we could play evenly in general. That sounds like a good card. Maybe even main deck, honestly. Zeus with Runics? I mean, you can, going second, you can just go. No one forces you to immediately activate a Runic spell. You can go battle phase. Oh, we can play Eradicator against that, too. And... I don't know. I'm not sure if I love Lava Golem, honestly. I mean, I love Lava Golem, but I'm not sure if I'm too fond of it in this deck. I feel like maybe it's better to play another non-engine. I'm not sure. Oops. It could be Kaiju, honestly. Kaiju sounds nice. Let's just try around a little bit. Why not? Okay. This hand is good. It's just annoying that we don't have a Sprite. Do we go in draw phase? Try and bait a hand trap with freezing curses, I think. To special. Pitch this. Do you really need sprint? You absolutely need sprint. Because of what I just showed you, where you don't get to your life twins if you don't draw the life twins. So you definitely need sprint. Ah, we've baited the imperm. Pog. Can you stop shuffling your hand? I am going to just, I think, slumber to draw 3. I have no idea what that means. I think we go gigantic first, and then we summon with slumber, actually. I think that's what we do. Oops. Now that's bad. So we have to now choose between... Can we go into the Life Twins? Special Lilla, make this and... No, we can't. We can't go into the Twins. Right? You're gonna get your Pepe D in a second. Let me just think about this for a second. It's probably just gonna be Blue Jet. Yeah, it's just Blue Jet. Blue effect. Jet effect. Probably just Smashers. And then Gin Buster. Nehek and Nildo, thank you for the subs. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Now I can play you the well-deserved Pepe D for hitting 1,075 subs. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bro, stop shuffling your hand. What is wrong with you? Why? Oh my. Summon, send 1 level 2 or lower from your hand to the grave. Pay cost. Okay. Yeah, okay, do it. Thoughtscaper. Sure. Sure. My favorite B-Trooper card, yeah. Okay. If this card is special summon from the grave, you can target an earth from your grave that can be... Do I have to do something about this? Can they turn this into something and then special it back? Or should I smasher this immediately? Probably not. Okay. Add to your hand or special summon a G Golem Pebble Dog from your deck. Normal summon is okay. I feel like I negate that. I'm gonna negate that. Yo, G Golem Pebble Dog, maybe is that busted gigantic target? Is it the busted gigantic target? It's a 1-card IP Masquerena. Holy. I was not being serious. You don't have to tell me it locks me into Cybers. I read it. That's why I said it only makes Masquerena. Oh, right. Hero Kit would be even better. Yeah, true. Was I supposed to Smashers this, maybe? The stubborn men here? I have no idea what I'm doing. Why does it have to be? Why do I have to play against... Ugh. Why is men here stubborn? I don't know. I mean, men over here really is stubborn. Oh. Ah. I will Smashers that. Banish blue. Banish this and this. Finally, a turn. Hog. Still no runic card has been picked up. Unfortunate. It's game. I don't have a battle phase. I can get into these now. I can now go into the twins. So I start by special summoning Lila. No. Frost. Special Frost. Make Sprint. Send special jet. Make that. I want to make Lila first. So I'm gonna summon Lila. Wait, I keep mixing it up every time. I'm so bad at this. I guess we play around Nibiru. Red draws, blue destroys. I keep mixing them up. I'm sorry. That's 11. And now we make a sprint. Send the other one. Yeah. Special red. And now Lila and Jet make Lila. Oh, now I messed up. I did it the wrong way around. Special Kisi kill. Yeah. Now I don't draw. Beautiful. I did it the wrong way around, but I should have been able to draw a card. You have to make Kisi kill with Lila? You can't. It needs including a Kisi kill, including a Lila. You can't. I summoned the wrong way around, that's all. It's fine. We'll do it better next time. Now we just pass on Lila. Skip the battle phase. And pass. Your starter locked? Yes, and so? I didn't summon anything that wasn't level or rank 2. What do you mean? All I'm asking for is let me draw a freaking runic card, please, for the love of God. It's your take on Runic Sword Soul? I don't really have a take on Runic Sword Soul. Damn, G Golem really makes us lose like 100 viewers. That's crazy. That's what you did to me, Osho, by queuing into DB with G Golems. Why would you do that? We should have just we should have had one draw already from the twins. I like this idea. Signet mining. Cost code generator. I'm gonna chain Lila to bring back Hisikyo. Now resolve your ad. So now we draw a card. I think the Live Twins give this deck the grind game that it lost. Because the Evil Twins you end on are basically the elf, right? They bring something back that draws a card. I think it's neat. Effects. Can't you have a blue on board? What the hell do you mean? I don't understand anything. I don't understand what you are talking about. Yeah, I forgot about the Frost Draw too. I used Lila to revive Kisikil, and then I drew a card with Kisikil. All of that's legal. What do I do against against G Golems? I'm not gonna side. I refuse to side against your G Golem deck. I'm not gonna side against your G Golem deck, dude. It's indeed looks quite pointless to go on low rated DB today. I feel like we can just do deck building and viewer games. I don't really feel like playing against G Golem a lot. Widget kit. Alright. Add to your hand or special summon a G Golem Pebble Dog. Sure. Okay. Stubborn Menhir. If this card is special summoned from the grave, target an earth monster in your grave that can be normal summoned set. Special summon it. Okay. Am I supposed to nib? Like if they make like transcode here, am I supposed to nib it already or not? Like what do you do? Do you like nib this deck as soon as possible, or can you just nib it at the end of the turn? I don't know anything about G Golems. We are learning together right now, chat. Kamamitachi, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Literally no one knows? Okay. Hog. Please continue. Where did the crystal heart go? He's watching a combo tutorial. Maybe. Literally, maybe. Yes. Do I nib now? I'm gonna nib now. I don't care. I just want it to be over. Token is 1800, 1000. In attack. Doesn't matter. All right. I bet you that yeah, my food is almost cold because of that, dude. Oh my god. All right. I like the idea behind this deck. I think we can work on it. But right now I have received lunch and it's almost cold because of that G Golem, dude. Let us grab that Magical Hats episode and then we will continue after I have had my lunch. Hold up. We need to do some nice React Andying while I have my food. Hold up. And then we will continue some actual testing. Like, I'm not gonna... Yeah. I'm not gonna jump into another DB ranked game, I promise. I've learned my lesson. Alright, the topic is, do floodgates have a place in Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay.
App card, the Magical Hats. In this series, myself and 3 of the top Yu-Gi-Oh streamers will give their unfiltered, uncensored, and uninformed takes on some of Yu-Gi-Oh's most pressing issues. The catch? One of these 4 has a fake take, and it's up to the rest to find the liar. It's time to play Magical Hats.
Yes.
Well, folks, it's time for another episode of your favorite show. No, not Progression Series, not Progression Playoff.
It's so hard this time. I wonder, because I feel like you'd think that anyone having the opinion that floodgates are okay would be the imposter, right? But then on the other hand, I actually have a take on floodgates that might surprise some of you. I hate floodgates, but my answer to the questions, do floodgates have a place in Yu-Gi-Oh, is actually not a strict no. Like, I would prefer floodgates to not exist, me personally, but... And this is something that has changed a little bit since I started content creation. Because ever since I started content creation, which is, by the way, it's like over a year now. I've missed the anniversary at some point. But ever since I've been starting to do content creation, I've gotten in touch with a lot of people that view the game from a different perspective than myself. Because before then, I've always only been basically in the position of the competitive player, right? The super competitive player, and I'd also say like the good competitive player, right? And from that perspective, floodgates are unfun. Floodgates take away games from good players that they should probably win against players that aren't as good, right? That definitely happens. So like from that perspective, I don't like floodgates. But there's also other perspectives where casual players, as much as it sucks, right? As much as it sucks to say that, is like casual players need them to win sometimes. Because it is not reasonable for a casual player to ever beat a good player at Yu-Gi-Oh! If they don't have that, right? Because it is unreasonable at this point in time with how complex Yu-Gi-Oh! Has become and with how many different decks you need to know, with how many cards you need to be familiar with for casual players to ever have a chance at beating a better player with without floodgates. Now, you could also argue that they shouldn't be beating good players, right? They probably shouldn't. I mean, that you could argue that's a good thing, but I think that if you look at the game as a whole, right? You want the worst player to beat the better player sometimes. From a marketing standpoint, from a community standpoint, if you want the game to grow, you need to let worse players have their fun as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's and once again, from my perspective, I wouldn't like that. I don't like floodgates to exist, but I understand why. I understand why from certain standpoints they can be not the worst thing in the world. How did chess ever survive then? Well, but we're not playing chess. That's the thing. People are always like, oh, I want to play. Like, if you want a game like that, you have to go to chess. You're not looking into a game like Yu-Gi-Oh, where the game changes over time and like whatnot. Overall, don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong. I would still say floodgates should go. I would still very much prefer it. I hate it. I understand where other people are coming from better now. That's all I'm saying. And I think that's like, you know, that's something that people should also take into account sometimes when forming their opinions.
And definitely not Junior Journey. I'm talking about magical hats. I'm here once again. I got Gage. I got Kevin. I got Nadir. How are y'all doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
Average. It's fight night.
So today we are going to be fighting because the topic is floodgates. Do you think floodgates are necessary in Yu-Gi-Oh? Do you think they're good, bad? I think it's just floodgates with a big question mark. So Kevin, you want to go first?
Okay, so the prompt that we got was, do floodgates have a place in Yu-Gi-Oh? So I will just come out and say it. I absolutely despise floodgates. I hate them. They're annoying to play against. They're not fun. But I do think that they have a place in Yu-Gi-Oh, and the place in Yu-Gi-Oh that they have is helping not very good or not as good players win sometimes against better players. And what I mean by this is, I think that as a company trying to design a card game that tries to be as inclusive as it can.
That's literally what I just said.
And to have as many
and they are
players
looking at him like it's a sus take, which is like, yeah, I think that is not an unreasonable take.
There are a lot of players that will probably end up getting very frustrated at the game if the game is 100% skillful all the time, specifically to help less good players bridge that gap between what makes them not as good as the better players that are maybe attending their locals or other sorts of events.
That's wild.
Can we just end the episode now? There's just no way you can
That's a wild
that.
take. What?
Oh my god. Nadir, you want to, I guess, drag this out till we get ad revenue?
What the fuck?
So I gotta circle back to that in a moment, but I'll just give my blanket take here, and that's I actually made like a whole ass lecture on this once upon a time. I think that overall fun is a very subjective term, but I think that it can have some objective measurements. Generally what I find is that, and basically TLDR, what I boil this down to, is that interactivity equals fun. The more you're going back and forward with your opponent, the more you're trading resources, managing your cards, and trying to outscale your opponent, that is what I think should probably be the best way to describe fun in an objective sense. Floodgates have removed that interactivity, and you are unable to deal with your opponent. But I will say that I understand this carrot on the stick argument that Kevin tried to touch on there, which is that you need to be able to just have some kind of a chance when playing. And
I think it's fine to disagree with Coder. What I think is not fine is reacting to it like Gage did, where like that take is so wild. No, it's not. Of course, it's a reasonable take to say, well, floodgates help not so good players to win sometimes. You know? How is that a bad take? That is obviously a correct take. Of course, that's true. Of course, floodgates help bad players win sometimes. And now the only question is, do you think, like, do you accept that, right? Do you think it's fine to let worse players win sometimes? Or are you like, nah, the better player should always win. We always need to have interaction as much as possible so that the better player can always win, which is like, from the perspective of the better player, yes. But from other perspectives, not as much. And are floodgates fun? No. And Kevin said that. Kevin said he doesn't like floodgates. He doesn't think they are fun, but they help the worst players and the casual players win from time to time. And that's maybe a good thing in terms of getting people into the game and keeping them there, you know, in their beginning weeks or months or years even. And how can you call that an unreasonable take? I don't think it is.
Newer players can have that because if they win sometimes, then they get that chance via the ability to floodgate out their opponent. There are some overtly egregious examples of floodgates, and there are some that are less so. Depending on the deck, sometimes you can kind of play around Gozen or Rivalry and stuff like that, but there are really, really bad ones. Skill Drain, Soul Drain in a graveyard deck, Mystic Mine, Necro Valley, these things can completely shut down whole strategies but it really just depends on your deck.
It is Nadir's reading voice, by the way. He is reading this.
Overall, I would say Floodgates do not have a place in the game because they do not create fun. But I do kind of understand the carrot on the stick argument that Kevin made. So overall, I guess if I had to choose good or bad, absolutely negative and really bad for the game.
Are you reading a script?
No?
You can write these out.
I'm just really well spoken when I sit and think, Kevin. I know it might be surprising.
It's like, holy shit. Like, I was like, dude, this
he read
sounds
that.
smart. Where did this come from?
This is my out of character.
You wouldn't know if you turned on a stream.
Yeah, no, this is my non-Twitch stream thinking.
Ah, got you.
Yeah,
You read that.
I'll go next. As you all know, I was a pretty big defender of Floodgates maybe like 2.5 years ago. I was like getting in the trenches every day against, you know, basically exactly Farfa online about how it's frustrating that, you know, in Magic the Gathering, there's not this huge animosity toward stun decks that there is in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's unbelievable that for some reason it's unacceptable for Yu-Gi-Oh! Players to have like some portion of their game plan, you know, inaccessible. But over the last couple of years, I have pretty much gone in the exact opposite direction. I think that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just a
He's gotten Mystic Mind one time too often.
different kind of game than Magic. I will say I like Nadir's stance that like maybe there's some floodgates that restrict part of your opponent's movement, but not all of it. The one experience I had with as few floodgates as possible was Trinity, in which they took this like huge hardline stance against it in their custom format and banned everything that could even be remotely construed as a floodgate. They were out here like banning poisonous winds, and I have to tell you, it was great. Like, I legitimately think pretty much anything that could remotely be construed a floodgate could be removed from Yu-Gi-Oh! Tomorrow. The game would be in a much better place. And I think you can go even further down the line. I think cards like the Arrival Cybers Adagnister could be considered floodgates as well. That's like a perfect world that I know will never happen. With regard to Kevin's point about like, oh, it's there so that new players can scum wins off better players, there's already a built-in mechanism for that in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's called variance. You draw 5 random cards at the start of your turn, and sometimes you're gonna like spike the one of versus Jesse Cotton.
It's not enough. That's not enough. Like, variance is not big enough in Yu-Gi-Oh! Without floodgates. Depending on the format, of course. Depending on the format. But in a hypothetical world that he's describing right now, if we take out all the floodgates, casual / not very good players, there's not enough variance. I'm sorry to inform you, but there is not enough variance for that to happen like often. The game is very, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very good game in terms of the better player will very often win a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And variance happens, but especially because we're playing best of 3s, it's not gonna happen very often.
And I don't think as a new player you feel good because you beat a pro because you flipped up Teekboo. It feels like you drew Teekboo and Teekboo did all the work. You know, it's not like you even really played Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think that type of gameplay is alluring.
This is somewhat reasonable, but I'm sure this is like differentiated by other people. Like, I don't think this is true. Like, people feel good if they win, period.
New people, even if they walk with a W.
I'm not sure if that was an argument or a hashtag ad for Magic. What do you guys think?
I get his argument.
Wizards on the payroll here?
I can't wait for this to circle right back to me so I can argue these points, but proceed.
Well, okay, my take. I think floodgates, they've obviously been around since like Yu-Gi-Oh's start.
I need to get ready for the gauge take. Okay.
Right? Magician's Force, we saw even Rivalry of the Warlords. But as the game's like progressively gotten more complex, they've really proven to be like a point of contention. Now we have cards like just do so much that are just printed on a card, but it's still like range true that sometimes less is more. Like, imagine just blanking one mechanic of the game and it just ruining your entire strategy. And a lot of the times, like printing cards in the future here, floodgates, it's like disastrous. Nadir, don't you have
Nicholas Vera and Juan27, thank you for the primes, appreciate you. And Nicholas for the actual sub, appreciate that, thank you.
have like a list of banned cards, and like more than half of them are just banned because of like certain floodgate effects.
75% of the banned extra deck cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Either tutor from the main deck or impede your opponent from activating.
Oh, not this
cards
speech
and playing
again.
the game.
That's two completely different things, though.
No, those are two
Yeah,
different
I
things,
know.
but still, like that's
But yeah,
a large.
Nadir is very proud of that theory of the extra deck monsters that tutor. You know, he brings it up like every time. Like even when it's like about floodgates, he's like, but did you know almost every banned extra deck monster is there because it tutors from the main deck?
Portion, and I'm sure
It's not wrong. It's a good take.
rings true to like the rest of the ban list. So you just
do
look
with
at
that
generic
information what
cards,
you
too.
will,
Like,
but
most floodgates are just like they're banned for a reason. They're really good. We've even had 2 of them just recently. Barrier Statue and Scythe are banned now. Floodgate effects. So we have these like great skillful formats, and then like these formats can sometimes be watered down just by floodgates existing. Like if you think like Zodiac format. Dimensional Barrier was...
The problem is basically about this whole argument of like, oh, but it lets the bad players beat the good players sometimes, and that's good. I think that's true. I think that is 100% true. I think even though it, of course, me as usually in the position of a better player, without trying to sound cocky, but, you know, but like, for me, I prefer if floodgates were gone, right? But I do think it is important for the Yu-Gi-Oh as a game that the bad players or like the casual players, or without trying to be insulting, that they have a decent chance of winning the games, because otherwise they're not going to keep playing. And honestly, the game is nothing without the casuals. The game is nothing without the casuals, because like the game doesn't live off of me, off of the competitive players. The 1,000 people at a YCS that are like, that consider themselves like good players, or like maybe even less than that, right? And so asking Konami to basically streamline the game for like us as like the competitive player base, if we are not responsible for the game's success, which we are not, right? We are basically just like the tournaments, the YCSs are just like basically advertising for the game to advertise it to the casuals, right? Sitting at home, watching the tournament, being like, hey, I want to be there one day maybe, so I'm going to play the game at home and with my friends and at locals and buy product, right? And those are the ones that, like, of course, casuals buy product as well, like, but they are not the majority, right? And so I think it is fair that you give those people a reason to play the game, because you have no reason to play a game you can't win against like anyone that has played it for longer than you. And because Yu-Gi-Oh in its base form is a very good card game, because it is that. It is a very good card game where, in a nutshell, like the better player will almost always win. There's not that much variance in Yu-Gi-Oh actually. It's there, but there's not that much. Like it turns from format to format, but usually these days decks are super consistent and will have their lines almost always available. And so like if a good player plays a complex deck that is consistent, you'll almost never beat him without the help of like super high rolling or floodgates, right? And so like that's the thing. These players should win. The problem for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh is that it doesn't only apply to that dynamic of like bad player against good player, because overall, even though a bad player has a floodgate in their deck, they are still not favored to beat a good player, right? It's like, I can beat this player if I draw skill drain. Well, your chance to draw skill drain is like 33%, and then I could still draw like evenly matched cosmic or whatever. You're still not favored, right? This is why Flunder never won an event, because at the end of the day, like, you're not favored against good players. It doesn't work like that, right? But so like overall, I don't have a problem with like not very good players or like casual players having a floodgate every once in a while, because we play best of threes. I can side for floodgate decks. Like, it's annoying that I have to do that, but I will typically still win. The problem is that these cards are also available to everyone else, right? These cards are also available to good players. And that's scary when you enter a tournament. going 1-1, like playing a best of 3, you win the first game, you lose the second game, or the other way around against a good player, and you know that they can go first and just scythe lock you or skill drain you or whatever, that is not very good. Because, and that's also where, honestly, in my opinion, it's like the saddest experience is like when a game that could otherwise be a really, really good game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Be taken away by a floodgate. Right? That's what annoys me personally, is when I'm going like head to head with someone who's also a good player, and then game 3 or whatever gets decided by a floodgate. Yeah, because like I'm not too worried about like someone who isn't as good because they have a floodgate in their deck. Of course, it feels bad that you could maybe lose to someone who isn't as good, but I'm also not very looking forward to anyone who is like just not very good at the game and they don't have a floodgate. It's like also not really, we're playing non-games at that point, basically. Like if I play against someone who needs a floodgate to beat me and then there's no floodgates, like of course I'm gonna win and that's gonna feel good, but it's not gonna be like, you know, like we're not playing an interactive game anyways. You know what I mean? So I think, so basically the take is weird, but I think floodgates in the hands of casual / not very good players are okay because they give them a reason to keep playing the game and have a chance at winning. And I believe that anyone should have a chance at winning at a card game. It should never be like chess where the better player pretty much always wins, because we're playing a card game. There should be variance. But in the like overall, I still hate floodgates, but I understand why it's fine if I think it's fine if not very good players have them.
Miserable to play against people that go back on that format. Terrible. They try to play that format without D barrier to make it more fun. And like Necros,
enjoy that this format, by the way, too.
Necros with Jin is another one that just comes to mind with that. Miserable, right? And I think like
Jin was the same thing, basically. In Necros, and let me take you on a trip down memory lane. Necros format with Jin. I don't remember a single time that I would lose to someone I would consider a bad Necros player because of Jin lock. It never happened. It would maybe happen 1 out of 3 games that they would Jin lock me and I wouldn't have an out. But you played enough outs to reasonably have one, like 2 out of 3 games, or like the 1 out of 2 games when you go second. The way it would usually go is I would get Jin locked once by a bad player, maybe lose to it, but then I would win the other 2 games. Against good player, against bad player, it almost never mattered, Jin lock. When Jin lock was the most scary was when it was 2 good players against each other, because then like it would take all the skill out of the game that would usually matter, and just like, you know, like for example, I lost German Nationals finals in 2015 to Jinlock by Alpai because we had 2 games where 2 good games, right? 2 normal games, I think. So it was 1-1, and then I got Jinlocked and I lost, and that felt very bad. I lost in top 16 of YCS Bochum to Federico Supini back then because of Jinlock in a game that could have otherwise been a very good game as well. I don't remember a single time losing to a not very good player because of Jinlock. That didn't happen. It didn't happen because it would just not happen 2 out of 3 games.
Yu-Gi-Oh's a game that like
Vanity's Emptiness from Billy. Yeah, same thing. Different format, but same thing.
Thrives on its complexity, right? Like it's really.
Can you explain Jin? Jin was a card that is still banned to this day. It's like a level 3 fiend monster that if you use it as a material for a ritual summon, as long as that ritual monster is on the field, your opponent cannot special summon. And you could search that card with like Lavalval Chain or Armageddon Knight in Necros and put up a ritual monster that would make your opponent unable to special summon, basically.
Thrilling to watch somebody like break through a tier element board that's multiple disruptions, maybe just not like sitting on a floodgate type effect. And I think it's just been proven by the ban list and how little floodgates actually get released today, or how bad they are when they are. Like see Mystic Mine recently. It's just not a great way to like approach card design. And I think like Konami.
And I agree with that too. I agree with that too. I think overall my closing statement. It's not going to be the closing statement, but like my conclusion is still floodgates are a bad thing for the game overall. But that one argument of giving hope to not so good players, I think is a very good argument, and I think that's literally why, that is single-handedly, in my opinion, the reason why they make them and why they are still around, is because they want to keep the casual player base in there, because that's what's paying, like that's the majority that's paying for the game. That's what's making the majority of money for them.
From printing more floodgates.
They are not acting in the interest of the competitive players in this.
All right, go for it.
I'm gonna immediately go for Kevin, actually, bro. Kevin, I'm sure your argument might be legit, but it is that is the dumbest crutch I've ever heard, bro.
I want to explain. Just to be clear, like, I'm not out here saying floodgates are good for the game. If you ask me, floodgates are bad for the game. The question was, though, do floodgates have a place in Yu-Gi-Oh? And if I was to place them anywhere, I would place them there. The one thing that I will say...
Why do you think casuals enjoy them so much? I don't... Like, the thing is, I'm just guessing, basically, is the honest answer from the responses that I get very often. Like, whenever we talk about floodgates in any YouTube video or on stream, I always get comments like, oh, but if like all the top decks have these broken end boards, I should also have this or that floodgate available to beat this. How can I beat all these decks that summon so many times and do so many things without having a card like this, right? And I think that is literally what it is, right? It's like people enjoy floodgates because they give them a way to win at the game without having to, you know, perform incredible combos or know every single card in the game. They just like to take the simple route to winning a couple games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, they're not going to have great success with it, but that doesn't matter, because at least instead of going like 0-5 at a locals that you go to every other week, maybe, you go like 2-3, and that feels different. Even though it's still not a great record or a winning record or whatever, it's different than going 0-5, never having a chance to win because your deck is just like strictly worse than the other players' decks, and you are also like not as good of a player because you don't play as often.
Joseph pointed out is, if a newer player beats a pro player, or like a less skilled player beats a pro player by flipping Tikaboo, they don't feel good about it. That is 100% wrong. If you look at... So the one thing that I will say, when it comes to casual players specifically, a lot of times they will absolutely hate FTKs. They will love lockdown strategies. You make a deck and you post like a YGO Pro replay video on YouTube tomorrow that summons Last Warrior from Another Planet, flip Anti-Spell, flip Mask of Restrict, flip Royal Decree, and all this stuff. Casuals eat that shit up. They love it. These floodgates that are in the game, from a competitive point of view, absolutely awful. But for people that are not super competitive but sometimes want to like go to locals or something like that and don't win more often than not, a lot of times they'll resort to some form of stun strategy and will see more success with that stun strategy.
It's not even like people only win with floodgates. It doesn't even have to be that. But you can play like quote unquote bad deck, or you can play a deck relatively badly. You will still win games without floodgates sometimes, not as often, right? You can still play like your rogue deck, and of course it will not go undefeated in a tournament, but maybe you'll still win a couple rounds. And then you combine that with a couple floodgates, then suddenly you have a deck that can go like maybe like in 6 or 7 rounds, you can go like 3-3 or 4-3, and that's enough for them. For some people, right? For people that are like, oh, I don't have the time to really put into it, and like, you know, you can play decks that you just like. Yeah, pet decks. You can play like a deck that you like, pair it with a floodgate. Sometimes your deck is good enough on its own, not very often. Sometimes you need the floodgates. Sometimes you still lose. But overall, you have like an experience that isn't just losing, right? Or always uphill battle every single time. And I absolutely despise the mechanic of floodgates. But for that singular purpose, if the question is, do floodgates have a place in Yu-Gi-Oh? I think that specifically is the place. in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, like high competitive level, they should not have a place. Period. That's my answer. High competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, they should not have one. They should not exist.
Than they see when they're playing their normal regular deck, and from that position they'll be like, okay, I'm getting more wins, therefore I am having more fun.
I don't think that's right though.
I
really don't
it.
think that's right. Like the cards,
I think,
these floodgates.
You know what? The imposter is Gage or MBT. I think the thing is, it could be Coder, because I know Coder. Like, the reason why I think it could be Coder, even though I agree with his take to a good extent, is that I also think Coder usually is very, very he hates things with a passion very often, like Max C or whatever. And I'm not sure, I don't actually know Kevin's true opinion on this, right? And if he's like, if his real opinion is, I hate floodgates, I don't care what you say, nothing will change my mind, then I don't agree with his personal take, but I think he could be the imposter, but I think his take is reasonable. The reason why I think it could be Gage is because Gage's take is actually reasonable this time. So I think based off of that, it just has to be Gage, right? Because Gage just sets some things that actually made sense. So, like, it's just Gage, I think.
Best example of that is, you guys ever had someone disconnect against you in Masadu? Do you think to yourself, oh, I wish we got a good little back and forth? I'm like, we take those, baby, easy, clap, dude, he DC'd.
Well, I think what you're misconstruing is, I think the, like, cat with a mustache style meme tubers making videos about how they've locked every zone, and like people who want to play Yu-Gi-Oh but feel outclassed are two different kind of people.
No, Joseph. Okay,
like,
I just feel like these cards.
Did you guys?
Wait, Kevin. Okay, everybody else talk. Let me talk for a second. Okay, I know I'm at the end of the line, but I literally can't get a word in, bro. It hurts. I think your argument for saying like people get more, these casuals get more enjoyment out of it is like frankly ridiculous. Like these cards, these floodgates aren't sexy. They don't feel exciting to play. Like they don't really feel like they do anything like flashy. I feel like that's just a very dumb way to defend.
Do you
like,
have
why
a Mystic Mind player at your locals when it was legal? Did you have a Mystic Mind Burn player at your locals?
Sure, but I swear that guy hated every time he sat down and played.
Okay,
bro.
yes, you hated it. You had a Mystic Mind Burn.
No, he did.
Listen,
bro,
listen, Gage
hates
himself.
The guy would literally, sit there and say, "I don't know what your deck."
That's cap. That's cap. Mystic Mind Burn players were proud of that shit. There was not a single person in the world who was like, "Hey, I hate what I'm doing to you right now, but I can't win otherwise, so I'm sorry, here's my Mystic Mind." Nah. They were all freaking creatures, dude. That Gage is an imposter.
Does just play.
Okay,
and
Gage,
then he would go to him and he would activate
I have a follow-up question. That Mystic Mind Burn player at your locals, give him the best deck of the format. Do you think he performs as well as half of the other people in the room?
No, and like
well,
I think
that's
any
your
player,
answer. You have your answer right there.
But I don't think that makes him have more fun. I think any player worth their salt would be like, "Damn, maybe let me learn and get better."
Gage,
the
argument. Josh acting like he didn't discover Beat Cop Mystic Mind.
Is that it gives a crutch to less good players.
We don't talk about that.
They can win against better players.
Okay, Gage, do you think?
And I'll say one thing. I will say one thing. I was proud of that. Whenever I won a game with that at Euros with Mystic Mind Beat Cop, I was proud of that. Not because of there was no gameplay, but because that was a GigaChad idea. That was a POG idea. I felt good every time I looked my opponent in the eye and I was like, "You lost," and they were like, "Yeah, I lost." The gameplay wasn't very good, but the deck building idea behind it was freaking genius. Sometimes deck building just pays off, dude. Sometimes deck building paid off. I looked at every single tournament player that day, and I was like, I know exactly how you built your deck, and I exploited it in my deck building, so I win. And I was very proud of that.
What you're saying?
Do I think that? No, I think like if you go back to yours where you say when in moderation, when they're actually released with like proper testing, I think they're fine. But it's proven recently that they're just not capable of actually releasing a floodgate that's not like detrimental to the game.
I do want to prod Nadir a little bit on that. You said like there exists some floodgates that like kind of restrict that, but are like okay. What are those?
Well, like there's some decks that can play around some floodgates, in the sense that they are hurt by them, but they'll play them anyway. So best example recently would be like Shifter and Spright. Skill Drain is a very popular one in like graveyard decks.
But do you think that cards like Shifter and Skill Drain are like fine?
No, I don't think they're fine. But I understand that sometimes they're not as egregious depending on what deck you're playing.
The problem about this, it is true that like, well, okay, not every deck loses to Skill Drain. Not every deck loses to Rivalry. Not every deck loses to Gozen Match. The problem is we have so many these days that for every given format, you can find one. Right? For every given deck, there's going to be a floodgate that beats it. For every deck, there's going to be a floodgate. Now, if we only had, let's say, Skill Drain, like a very, very abstract example, if we only had Skill Drain, it's the only floodgate in the game, right? Some decks would play that, and then you would just look at your deck and be like, does my deck lose to Skill Drain? Yeah, so I probably need an answer to that. So I play something. I don't know what you would play, but I play some out to Skill Drain, and I'm happy with it, you know? Whereas now, it's like, you can just... you can never be safe because every deck is like vulnerable to floodgates in some shape or form.
I have one question. So Joseph and Gage, you guys are in the camp of they do not have a place in the game at all, yeah?
I am, for sure.
I think I also am, just saying.
Okay, then I want to ask you guys your opinion on a card like Zombie World. Would you guys go as far as to say Zombie World doesn't have a place in this game? Because it is a floodgate, but is Zombie World a card that in a world where you ban all floodgates, you would want to see this card banned as well?
I'm a hater? Yeah. I think that Zombie World has been the focus of these extremely unfun non-games in, I guess, branded specifically. Tierlament plays it occasionally. I get the zombie deck needs it. Sorry, like I apologize that Konami made your whole deck center around a floodgate, but like we banned Mystic Mind Burn from people.
If we're going to the extremity of saying like, yeah, ban all floodgates for sure.
Invader CGC, thank you for the 5 months.
Like anything that's a floodgate effect, it's too much.
Yep, I agree. I concur.
To be fair, I don't completely disagree with that either. I just wanted to like kind of get your opinion on that because I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea who's lying here. No fucking
clue.
I'm lost.
I don't either. I feel like it's got to be Kevin. I feel like you put a little too much thought into it.
I am not. I just wanted to like kind of give the like kind of like not the devil's advocate point of view, but like if we're asking, do floodgates have a place at Yu-Gi-Oh? I kind of like dug in my head and was like, well, they surely have a place somewhere. Otherwise, they would have never been created.
Gage, what was yours?
My take was the same as yours, Joseph, where it's like they just shouldn't belong. They just can't seem to print a floodgate that's not extremely detrimental to whatever the game is at the moment.
I mean, I gotta guess.
It's Gage.
I got one too.
What I'll say, Kevin, is who do you think it is?
I was gonna say I think it's Joseph because I have never seen Gage so much as play a floodgate with the exception of like Naturia Rose Whip, which was like a part of like a full combo, so it's like not the same.
Yeah.
Joseph played Flu. So, like, he's probably mourning the loss of Barrier Statue as we speak, bro.
But ask yourself this. How many times did I go to bat for Flu as a competent strategy without Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds? I was constantly talking up how you can make boards even without that card.
That's fair, but you also have played Phantasm Spiral.
Did you play it, though?
Lives and dies by Tikaboo's skill drain and protecting it with Sea Stealth attack, so...
I think I have a guess. You all want to just throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks?
I've had mine written down for it.
Gage wrote my name down, and he's like, I'm not even listening to the rest of this conversation. Okay, let me grab my piece of paper, because I forgot to grab it again. Give me a second.
Gonna make it a habit to write it on your hand like me.
So do you go wash it off afterwards?
Yeah, and then, but like it's like ink, so it doesn't go off really instantly after I have to wash my hands like over multiple days. So I just walk around with like Gage's name in my hand all the time.
You have to jerk off and you look down at your penis and see Kevin.
I have returned.
Everybody ready? 3, 2, 1.
It was me. I'm the imposter.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I told you.
So give me a second to defend. I'm really glad you guys.
Wait, who'd y'all write? Who'd y'all write?
I wrote you.
I wrote you too.
I wrote Farfa.
Me?
Is that the first one where?
yet?
That's the first
Nobody
one.
got it right?
Nobody
Did
got.
nobody get it
I
right?
did not think it was Gage. I was torn between Farfa and Joseph the entire time.
How was that
So
not
if you give-
obvious? That was the most obvious one for sure. I think it's literally as simple as if Gage has a reasonable take, it's Gage.
Me a sec to like defend. I'm
Of
glad you guys
course,
did a lot of the
Gage
talking,
thinks
right?
flag
Like
Yeah.
because like you guys push the extremities of it. Because like I agree with like the deer, like where the cards if they're released like with careful consideration, like it's fine. The one thing that you guys didn't bring up that I really thought would be a pusher is like Master Duel. I think in a best of 1 scenario, it's completely different. I'd be viscerally against it as well. But like in a best of 3 scenario, I think that just like involves a different level of deck building and consideration.
Just draw the
for not
out,
having
huh?
spelled. I mean, I think also decks that are more flexible and are able to handle it are the decks that do rise to the top. And if your deck does crumble to a single like floodgate, well, that's just like the sufficiencies of your deck. Like
Okay.
Tier limit players in shambles because they lose to Necro Valley. Tier limit was never the best deck.
In there,
No,
that's
I
your
did
fault.
Now you know
not
it.
think it was Gage at all. I'm actually in shock.
Nah.
Kevin, if you weren't the imposter, why did you bother playing at Devil's Advocate? Why would you do that? Like,
Well, because
that's something an imposter would do.
because I figured the way the conversation would go would literally be just like, yeah, I hate floodgates. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. And it'd be like, okay, so why do we hate floodgates? And we just sit around in a circle, jerking each other off about why we hate floodgates. Like
you
I was
will
like,
do that any other episode, though. You'll do that any other episode. There'll be one bozo sitting there like, man, if I say this one wild take, weird. It's like everybody knows.
Wait, the arguing part or the jerking off part?
Bye-bye.
Outro time?
Outro time. Oh, Biden blast is the outro. Biden blast.
God damn. These are great. I like these. My God. Hey, I mean, I think now closing statement. Overall, I think still floodgates are not very good for the competitive game. If you are trying to sit down and have a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh, floodgates absolutely do not help that. And I would personally be very happy if they did remove floodgates, or if they at least hit them on the ban list a little bit, right? Not have every single one of them at 3, right? Like if your deck loses to, like maybe your deck loses to skill drain, but your deck doesn't care about goes in match and doesn't care about rivalry or whatever. So I think it would already be like it would already be helpful if the cards were like limited or semi-limited. Of course, I would personally prefer them to see them banned, but I will take them at 1 or 2 rather than 3. Like I think that could potentially be a solution where we can meet in the middle, right? Because some people really think they need floodgates, some people want floodgates. So maybe it's like that's the where we meet in the middle is like have them be okay. I enabled Biden blast now. You can chill. We have Biden blast now. Okay. I think it's fine if they hit them at 1 or 2 as a thing. Does it work already, or do I need to refresh it? It's fine. It'll be there next time. It works in your chat. It's just not on the screen, but it's fine. It'll be there next time. I'd have to like hold up. Yeah. Anyways, that was fun. I think Kevin's take was reasonable. I still overall think it'd be a better game. Basically, no, okay. My closing statement is the game would be a better game without floodgates. Period. But the better game might actually sell less cards than the game we have right now. Because it appeals to more players, right? Sometimes the better game doesn't always appeal to the majority of people. Sometimes a game that is slightly worse appeals to more people because it is easier to win at it. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem with Floodgates. I think that's why we have them, is because the game is worse than it could be, but it appeals to more players that way. And that's sad in a way, but that's, I think, what it is. All right, closing statements done. Before building... Wait, where's that message? I lost it. Where's the message? There. Before building Twin Spright, you could watch this profile. Really interesting take. Also top 25 Vegas. Alright, I'll check it out. Will it be possible to watch your Vegas VOD, or is it gone? Currently it's gone because I'm not sure if Konami likes it that we watch party YCSs. So yeah.
Einen wunderschönen guten Mittag aus Vegas, wie man vielleicht unschwer erkennt. Hat eigentlich 3 Blue, 3 Jet, ein Red, eine Carrot. Es gibt Listen, die spielen jetzt mehrere von denen, aber ich finde, in der Version ist es unnecessary, mehr als die Ratios zu spielen. Dann für die Twin-Sachen habe ich 3 Lila, eine Kissy Kill und einmal die Frost gespielt. Der ist eine bessere Normal Summon als die, weil du die eigentlich immer in Grave haben willst, um dann den Draw im gegnerischen Turn zu kriegen. Und ich finde allgemein die Engine neben Runic ist eigentlich die beste, die du mit dem Deck spielen kannst, weil du durch die ganzen Draws und durch die Nightmare Cycles und so weiter über einen Grind und über einen Long-Term eigentlich die meisten...
YGO Cody, thank you for the 9 months already. Appreciate you. Ooh, Prosp, okay. I think Prosp is not very good in Life Twin Sprite anymore. It's good, but I don't think I would play it.
Dann habe ich 2 Thrusts gewähnt und passend dazu dann auch die Targets, die man suchen will. Die sind absolut krank gerade. Die sind absolut krank. Und ja, im Side sieht man nachher auch nochmal, habe ich ebenso angepasst auf die Karte. Dann Econs und Books. Ich habe mich, wie man vielleicht auch sehen kann, dafür entschieden, keine Handtraps zu spielen, sondern eher auf Power Spells und Boardbreak und so Geschichten zu gehen. Und ich fand gerade die
The reason why I don't like Prosperity, by the way, I don't want to drop that opinion without elaborating. I think Econ, not Econ, I think Prosperity locking you out of draws becomes significantly more relevant when you don't have Elf to create follow-up every time. Sofaman, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support.
Neben Tactics und Überläufer sind so die besten Powerspells eigentlich des Formats. Wenn man irgendwas davon mit den vorherigen sieht, plus eine gute Engine, dann spielst du eigentlich fast jedes Board aktuell durch. Dann eben noch mehr für Consistency und auch eventuell für Time, zweimal die Roter für die Twins. Dann Sprite-technisch habe ich Standard-Lineup 3 Starter, Smasher und Double Cross gespielt. Last Minute habe ich mich noch dazu entschieden, eine Gamma-Burst reinzumachen, und das war definitiv die richtige Entscheidung. Ich kann mich gar nicht daran erinnern, wie viele Games die mir übers Event gebracht hat. Gerade wenn man dann einen Boardbreaker hatte oder wie auch immer, dann noch einen Gamma-Burst mit 3-4 Bodies zu haben, ist halt immer Rotika. Ja, und Traps, abgesehen von der Double Cross, habe ich dann noch Impulse gespielt, weil man darauf dann auch
I don't like the Imperms. Overall, not a huge fan of the list, I'm gonna be honest. It's okay. I don't think it's bad. I just don't love it.
Ich finde, das ist Crossboard auch zum Setzen First Turn einfach die solideste. Ja, Keen 40 Karten Main Deck. Dann Extra Deck habe ich ein Nightmare Package gespielt, ein Griffin, ein Unicorn, Phoenix.
Griffin?
Gerade wegen den ganzen Life-Twin-Monstern sind die eigentlich fast mandatory in dem Deck, weil du, wenn irgendein Life-Twin-Link auf deinem Endboard liegen bleiben sollte, du quasi in einem Turn immer durch fast alle davon durchcyclen kannst mit Discard und Draw. Das ist schon sehr, sehr stark, dann quasi zu backcracken oder auch Going Second dann in die Boards so reinzuspielen. Der hier war drin wegen IP, die ich auch gespielt habe, weil du quasi auf deinem Endboard immer ein Twin-Monster und IP hast und durch die ganzen Reborns dann auch auf den hier Calling kommst. Und ich finde, der ist aktuell gegen viele Decks halt einfach FTK, weil sie keine Special Summon Monster aktivieren können.
Is Griffin good against Cash?
Richtig solide, wenn man die Fields beouten kann und gegen Branded ebenso. Also wir müssen schon sehr viel committen, dann um die Karte zu outen. Dann Twin-Lineup technisch habe ich jeweils 2-2 gespielt, weil man es leider muss durch Cash, wenn man dann eine von beiden gerippt bekommt, ist halt der ganze Engine tot. Aber ja, wie gesagt, das ist äußerst solide gewesen. Dann 2 Gigantic, 2 Zeus und passend zu den Zeus auch eine Downout und ein Moskito. Der ist immer noch sehr, sehr krank, weil er einfach ähnlich wie Gamma-Burst überraschend ein paar Games stealen kann. Ja, zum Side-Deck für Time logischerweise und einmal zum Side für Going First, je nachdem, gegen welches Matchup man spielt. Die wollte ich erst main decken, aber viele Decks sind halt einfach aktuell so prepared drauf, dass es sich nicht lohnt, die zu main. Und
I thought about Ibli this morning in Spright. Because of course it's good. The problem is I don't think it's worth playing a brick like that when it's in everyone's mind anyways, right? You never know if your opponent isn't playing Linguribo because of Kashtira. You know what I mean? So I don't like Ibli and Spright. It's only, I think Ibli is only good if people don't expect it. Then it might be worth it. But right now, everyone expects it.
Gegen Matchups wie Despia ist die halt einfach krank und da lohnt sich trotzdem die reinzumachen, selbst wenn sie dann die Icon oder das Dark oder was auch immer haben. Wenn sie es nicht haben, sind sie halt tot. Für Going First habe ich D-Barrier und Pointer gebordet. Tatsächlich kam es durch das Griffin-Play mit der IP häufiger vor übers Event, dass ich dann, nachdem ich so eine oder eine davon resolved habe, dann quasi dieselbe Karte wieder geresettet habe. Also es gab ein Game, da habe ich ihn nicht töten können und habe ihn in 2 Turns in Folge appointed durch Griffin, was schon sehr stark war. Und ich finde, ja, D-Barrier ist einfach mitunter die solideste Going First-Karte. Das waren erst Anti-Spells, dann habe ich mich aber dafür entschieden, die reinzumachen, weil sie tatsächlich dann doch noch mal mehr abdeckt. Aber ja, unter Umständen könnte man sowas dann
Can't the cash player just walk over Griffin? Well, it's 2500.
Kurikara. Tatsächlich relativ selten gesehen leider, aber die wenigen Male, die ich sie gesehen habe, war sie äußerst krank, weil mein Deck leider auch ziemlich hart gegen Anti-Spell verliert und gerade gegen Sword Soul und so Geschichten, die dann halt viele Negates oder ja, allgemein Bossmonster haben, die ihre Effekte aktivieren müssen, um Interaktionen zu forcen, ist die halt einfach krank.
Will you do a pure Sprite build? I will also do a pure Sprite build. Yeah, we're going to experiment with both.
Dann zu den Thrusts, die 2, die ich Main gespielt habe, habe ich noch die hier im Set gehabt, also quasi die dritte, das hier gegen Labyrinth und das hier noch gegen Sachen, die eben auch Ibli spielen oder wie Despia, wo man dann Ido oder Disciple Lock bekommen könnte. Die waren auch sehr, sehr gut, logischerweise. Und die letzte Karte im Side ist meiner Meinung nach die beste Going Second Karte gerade im Format. Ist,
It's a solid list. It's not bad. I don't think it's that great either, though. It's all right. Let me see how I would do it. Soul Scissors seems really good with Sprint and the Hugin discard. I think Soul Scissors, I had Soul Scissors in there at some point. But I think Soul Scissors without Elf is a little bit weird. It's not bad though. Torn between Sword Soul and Life Twin Sprite, what would you recommend? I think Life Twin Sprite's better. So what I consider staple, let me see. I consider this staple. I don't know about this. I don't think I like Double Cross. Like Gamma Burst, I can see Gamma Burst because it helps you to close out games, and without Elf you might need the closing out games quickly. That might be a thing. And then the question is, how many of these spells do you play? Where's Sunny Snitch? Sunny Snitch, you probably play Sunny Snitch. Password. Is there a world where... Hold up. Is there a world where we play, just very theoretically, is there a world where we could play 2 Kissy Kill Frost, and then if we ever draw too many Life Twins, we can make Toad with it? Wasn't there a line that could do that? It might be too weird to do now without Elf. It might be too weird to do that without Elf. Because I think the line last format needed Elf. Toad with no targets to add back. I'm just looking for ways. Like, I want to play, basically, the dilemma I'm in is I want to play as many Life Twin cards as possible so that I can always open them. Together with the Sprite, of course, ideally. But then again, if I draw too many, we need a solution for that. You know what I mean? Nightmares are the solution? What do you mean nightmares are the solution? For going second, okay, but going first? I think my favorite idea so far is like playing Nibiru Ash as your only hand traps and then pairing that with power spells / board breakers. That is my favorite approach so far. Because I think Nibiru is good. I think Ash is solid. Like, I don't love Ash, but Ash is solid. And You have 6 hand traps and you pair it with some power spells, that should be fine. Honestly, I think Book of Moon is underrated. I think Book of Moon is underrated. We need 2 Zeus. How would you play it in Master Duel? Master Duel is completely different. I'd probably just play Runic Spright, honestly. I think it's way too many Life Twin spells. It might be. I'm just theory crafting right now. The one thing I don't like is Imperm. I'm down to try the Gamma Burst. I'll see if it comes up. I don't like main deck double cross. I'm down to side deck double cross, but I don't like main decking double cross. You might honestly not need sprint. You might not need sprint. Why don't you like Imperm? We'll talk about it more tomorrow. Tomorrow we do the tier lists for the new format. But overall, Imperm just feels low impact to me. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's not very impactful. Sprint is good if you open only sprites. Yes, you might play it for that. The problem is, it depends on how many life twins you play. If we keep this life twin ratio, which is probably too many, but if we keep this life twin ratio, then we probably don't need sprint. Play a Rise in extra if you play all the steel cards. You could play an Arise Heart, but you can also just make Zeus. You know? We could also play. I don't know if I agree with enemy, Book of Moon, and Book of Eclipse, but we can try it. I think we need Mannequin. How often does Zeus come up in a Spright deck? I mean, in this deck, very often. It's the best way to break the Kashtira board, I think. Is there a good one-off we can use? Is there maybe a world where we play multiple, like, Spright Reds? Because we can't recycle them once they are in the graveyard. I feel like there might be a world where without Elf, maybe you play multiples of these. No Prosp. I think it's very annoying that you can't draw with the twins after Prosp. That's a big downside. I'm gonna try a second red, see if I like it. No Mosquito. You realize there's like 4 slots left, right? In my extra deck. I'm not done. We might want Dark. You might want Trouble Sunny. Mosquito seems fine. Iria might be better. How am I making Iria? I play no water monsters. Could also play Linguribo in side deck. Why cavalry plus mosquito? I think cavalry can come up to bounce Mirror Jade going second. Mirror Jade seems a pain in the ass to out. We can play barrier. And let's try Kurikara. Not putting too much thought into it, but let's try this. Let's take it for a spin, but in a viewer game, okay? You can play whatever you want, just make sure it's meta. Password is Josh, as always. I'm hosting. Lancia? It could have also been Lancia. Oh my god, we're playing against Agido, Kelbeck, Modora. Uh-oh. Okay, I was scared for a second we would still not draw a life twin after playing so many. And we still drew the worst one, to be honest. It's fine though. So what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to make Gigantic now to play around Nib because it's in the format, right? I think we're supposed to play to make Gigantic now. And if it gets hand trapped, it's not actually that bad. Okay, now I want to make Kissy kill first. Revive. Yeah, okay. You always want to make pink first turn one, so you need to leave pink on the board. Yes, okay. Detach this. The thing is, what do we summon from this? We don't need anything. This is where Hyperia would be nice. I don't think you can play Hyperia though. We're just gonna summon red, I guess. So we can end on red. We could also summon Carrot now because they can't nib us anymore. It could have been Carrot. It's fine. Carrot was probably better. It's fine. To play around like main deck even these and such, it was probably Carrot. It's whatever. And now I think we have nothing else to do other than just go for the twin lines, right? I mean, it's fine. So we make pink first. Bring back this. Make purple or blue. Bring this back. Draw. See, this is the annoying thing. We can add Frost now and then just special it. It puts it into the graveyard at least. This should have been Carrot. It was my bad. So I special Frost. And then I can make... I can leave both on the board, honestly. And then tribute one for red. I can get both effects. Right? Kill. And which one do I want in the graveyard first? Guess the one that draws? This is awkward just into evenly. If we get evenly here, we deserve to lose. Wasn't Sprint better? Oh, I could have made Sprint too. You're right. No, I'm Fiend locked. No, never mind. I get both anyways, but yeah. But only if they play into red or smashers. This should have been carrot. You don't have a pop? I will have a pop as soon as I... Okay. Yep. I can also tribute for enemy. I mean, Eclipse here probably means there's no evenly. So that's good. Brendan lost. Yes. Okay. My thing is not working. Yeah, I may have been. I may have a bad connection. Ooh, normal Albaz. That's not very good. For me too. Should be good now. Cost is fusion deployment. Okay, so do I smashers this or enemy take it? Including this card, but you cannot use... Wait, no, enemy doesn't out this. I have to smashers it. On res. Also, we both... I think I gained 200, right? Wait, what is this? While you control a life... No. Evil, yeah. I gain 200, they lose 200. And then effect... Special this. Effect draw. Spright jet. Okay, now the question is only, do they have Brandon Fusion? If they have Brandon Fusion, they're okay, but... Not playing around Anima? Well, I put it here because, first of all, they are not gonna... Okay, well... Let's rematch. Let's do best of 3. Going second against Brandon. If you have one, we can. Against Brandon, do I like evenly matched? We don't have much for... We actually don't have anything for the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. The best thing against Gimmick Puppet Nightmare... The best thing about Gimmick Puppet Nightmare is probably to have D-Barrier. It's probably D-Barrier. Nib doesn't seem that great. Branded always overextends into evenly. The problem is if they do play Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, then evenly and Kurikara are both completely dead. What I mean? They hello play into Nib. It basically, we have to make a call. We have to make a call on whether they play Gimmick Puppet Nightmare or not. If they don't play it, we can just do like this. And it's probably good, but if they do play it, none of these cards help us. Well, we can probably take out Book of Moon. Let's try Kurikara, why not? Enemy seems nice. Chalice when? Chalice doesn't out Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Okay, this hand is fine. Unless we get Gimmick Puppet Nightmared. It doesn't? No, Gimmick Puppet Nightmare does not activate. Ah! The spice. Alright. How big is Dolphin? 500? Nah, it's 600. Oh, nah, my life twin. It's not a very live twin anymore. Heck. Not a very live twin anymore. What's your take on Ghost Reaper for the Kashmir? They can recycle it though, so I don't like it. That's a hell of a dead twin right there. The Dolphin tech is one of the coolest deck building decisions of this format. I do like that a lot as well, yeah. Oh yeah, I lose 500. No, what happened? Password. I think they wrote down the cards somewhere. Surely viewer games will be better. I mean, the hand is honestly still pretty fire. Of course, getting locked by the Gimmick Puppet wouldn't be the most beautiful thing in the world, but the hand is pretty good otherwise. Okay. We back. All right, now. Okay, forgot to use Saronir, right? Or does it have to be sent by a card effect? No, you could have. All right. Bro, you know my hand. You know my hand. Don't wait. Don't wait for my Ash Blossom. You know it ain't there. All right, now that's unfortunate. Come on. The longest branded fusion ever. Okay, well. Let us try that again, chat. Next one. Play any meta deck. Let's go. I do not see how this hand outs Mirror Jade. How was it a good hand? Wait, what do you mean? You just go normal summon a twin, special with it. You have two monsters. They can't banish both with Mirror Jade. And then you can special red, and that does it. Like, what do you mean? Okay, that's a lot of twin cards. Uh-oh. Yep. How would you stop the gimmick puppet guy? There's like, I think the best thing about it. Ooh. The best card to do it would be what's it called? The best thing to do it would be Bestials, I think. I'm gonna Ash the Camellia. $42 cards list pack. It looks like packs list, yeah, probably. Charge Warrior is gonna draw a card. I felt like if I can just keep them off the Naturia engine, I might be fine here, but it's very hard to hand trap this deck. Like with one Ash, you're never gonna beat this deck, I think. If they have any, like, if they have a solid hand. They can summon from Banish. They would use Albion to banish it. Yeah, but you can still Bestial the Albion and then they don't get Expulsion. Oh, nice deck pack. Nice Book of Eclipses. Oh, man. See if we can bait like a Runic Destruction. Nope. So I guess we get what? This thing, right? Lila F. Special summon a Naturia from hand or grave. Okay. This is a lot of twins. Yeah, this is like quadruplets. Yeah. So this is, if your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck, you can summon it from the grave. Okay. So I'm gonna special summon a red here. Could have used both effects. Well, they didn't have another one in the graveyard. I guess they did. If they shotgunned, yeah, they could have shotgunned this. You're right. They could have shotgunned this. What do I do here? Special this. Normal special summons a monster, special summon Naturia from grave. I think that's fine. I think I'm just gonna try to red negate the Mole Cricket on field effect. I think that's the best way to go about it. That's probably the best way to go about it. Just negate the Mole Cricket on field. That should be fine. I'm gonna negate that one. By tributing Frost, I guess. Use Val, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the support. Oh my god, we're getting close to 1100. Have we ever been to 1100? I don't remember. I don't remember if we've ever been to 1100, but that's crazy. Thank you so much. Problem is if I commit to Gigantic and they just destroy it. I think I just go for the Life Twins immediately. I think I just skip over the... it's unfortunate that I don't have a Spright card. It is unfortunate that I don't have a Spright card. But... if I make Kisikil here, if this card is special summon and you control a Lila, you can draw a card. I can immediately draw a card if I make it here, right? I can immediately draw a card, right? And then I'm not fiend locked yet. No, I'm only fiend locked if I revive with it. So I can draw a card immediately, and if it's a Spright, we're popping off. F to draw. Your thingy is fine. Did I miss other variants being tested? I tried some Runic Life Twin Spright. That also is fine, I think. Okay, Ash is not bad, at least. It's not a Spright, but it's not bad. Now, do I lock myself into Fiends, or do I try and go for a Hail Mary Gigantic? I could attack both of these. I could attack both first and then try and go for Gigantic, and if they pop it then... it's still losing, though. You can't draw? What the hell do you mean you can't draw? If this card is special summoned and you control a Lila monster, you can draw a card. How the hell can you just not read cards? It's insane. If this card is special summoned and you control a Lila monster, you can draw a card. There's literally no other archetype that makes people chat as much as Life Twins. It's literally crazy. Do I attack both? I guess I just try and attack both. I'd really like to go for a Zeus. There's no way Zeus resolves. But what is the set? It's probably a book. Do I go for Gigantic? I'm gonna attack. I started attacking. Wait. Yo! Where did these come from? Napian. 20. That's crazy. I appreciate you so much for that. Thank you. That's very grateful. My God. I did not expect to hit the 1100 that quickly. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the amazing amount of support. This one's for you, man. Or women. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. I'm gonna make a Gigantic. If this gets Book of Eclipsed, I'm honestly okay with that. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Effect. Freezing curses. That makes sense, yeah. Banish. There's my sprites. Oh my god. There are my Spright cards. They're gonna fountain for one. There's no point in ashing that. Is Naturia Runic really good? It's good. I don't know if it's the best deck, but it is good, I think. And now we just lose, probably. I have D&D in 20 minutes. Have fun, Nilmi. See you around. Until tomorrow, probably. Freezing curses to special. Yes. It's annoying because they always fountain for one. So I never have an incentive to ash this. Still waiting for your opinions, Twin Sprite or Runic Sprite? Well, I think both are solid. I don't know. I would like to play Runic Sprite more, but they're both good decks. They go for Hugin. I'm gonna Ash this Fountain. This is a very weird play. This is a weird play because, first of all, you could have chain blocked this Fountain draw. And you could have also normal... Wait, this is not a tuner. Never mind. Okay. Next one. Do you have another runic spell? Really? I felt like I was getting the vibes of you only having one. Oh. Never mind. Hey. That's yours. Actually, Book of Moon seems nice. Because you can lock the extra monster zone for all the, like, runics. Don't know if we need Nib, because if they summon that often, they probably have, Barone. I don't think this list is perfect yet, but I think if you work on it, it might be fine. Actually, I should have taken out Gamma Burst, too. For double cross. That was a mistake. Can I still do that? I can. Okay. Any ideas on what to side against Runic Sprite? It's the most popular deck in my logos and I'm struggling. I think Cosmic is very good. I think going second evenly is also quite strong. Lava Golem is good if your deck can play it. I'm gonna... Wait, no. Jokingly. I forgot that you can't have any other monsters, so we need to start with Lila. Now we go for Jet and Crab double cross. Make Gigantique, and this just summons a carrot, I think. This just summons a carrot. And then you just do twin combo here. This first. F. Bring back blue. Make blue. Bring back this. F to draw. Now, of course, I could set everything, but I'm scared of like an evenly plus freezing curses situation or something. Because surely we don't need everything. Surely we don't need everything. The first question is, do we link off these two? Because we could also leave both because we have carrot and red anyways. But I think we're going to link it off into another blue here. That way, if they just go battle phase immediately, we can go Lila, bring back thing, and draw one. So, like, the double cross goes set. But do we also set book, cyclone, starter? I think we are fine with just setting book and calling it a day. Keep cyclone and starter for follow-up. Do you know when the YouTuber openings are for Maze of Memories? I don't know, sadly, but I will be here to react to it as soon as we get there. So the idea is here, we can go Lila to revive Kisikil to draw a card, and then we tribute the Lila for carrot or red, and then we can still go Kisikil, revive Lila, and pop with it. So we get both effects, which is... That's also one of the key synergy points, by the way, between Spright and Life Twins, is that you can get both effects on your opponent's turn. Because you use them, and then you tribute the other one, and then you can use that one again. What's up with DP today? I feel like everyone is disconnecting. Normal summon, Mole Cricket. Okay. Wait. Actually, on summon this thing to target Kisikil. Ah, a bestial? Nah. It doesn't target, but it's fine because I want this thing anyways, so... You are right though, that was my bad. Targeting with it. It didn't target. But because I only have one pink in the grave, I still have to negate the bestial. Because otherwise I have to bring back my Kisikil Frost. I don't want that. And I also can't go red tribute Lila here, because then if I tribute Lila here, the Kisikil comes back and then I can't draw because I don't have Lila anymore. I have to tribute it after. Okay. Destroy it. Yes. Bring back Kisikil and effect draw. Let's spike a nice little ash here. Almost. I tried. Bestial was interesting. I mean, Bestial is good against this deck. Bestials, I think, are gonna come back at some point. Camellia, Sunflower. Okay, so Sunflower negates monster effects. Yo. Tree. You contribute a Naturia monster and this card. If this... Yeah. What happens if the other Naturia monster is face down? Can you still tribute it for Sunflower? No. Yes. Okay. Each time your opponent normals or specials, you gain 200. Oh, I gained like... Sunny. You lose 400. And then I'm gonna use Frost. There we go. There it is. I'm thinking about just booking Camellia, honestly. I think I'm gonna book Camellia. Or steal it. I'm take it or book it. I kind of want to steal it because then I can book the runic monster, and that's very good. I'm gonna take Camellia. Okay, hard draw fountain, fine. Yep. Destruction to pop. Uh-oh. Declare carrot, tribute Lila. Okay. Where did the second draw come from? From Kissy Kill Frost. Oh, flashing fire target my Camellia. I mean, yeah. However, do I chain Kissy Kill here? No. Banish. I'm ashing the fountain. The reason why I didn't chain Kissy Kill, I could have gone Kissy Kill. What was the question? I couldn't read it because of my overlay. Repeat it, but thank you for the 200 again. The deck list? I'll show you the deck list after, even though it's not super... What is it? It's like, I'm gonna book this Camellia now. And that should be it. We still have Kissy Kill pop. I mean, Kissy Kill revive Lila to pop. It's still good. Alright, let's do a game 3. Let's do a game 3. Definitely taking out D-Barrier. I think Nib is pretty pointless in this matchup because they always make Baron, right? They go 1 summon, 2 summon, Stardust Charge is number 3, or like Coral Dragon is number 3, 4. No, Baron is number 5, so we can't do Nib. We can't do Nib, but we can try Kurikara evenly. Eclipse could also help, yeah. Eclipse could help. We're going second, so I'm gonna take out some normal summons. And maybe Smashers as well, honestly. Like this. Maybe Eclipse instead of Moon. Cosmic is good against Runic. I'm going to keep Cosmic. Let's see. It's weird because Naturia Beast is a problem, but we have to draw Kurikara against it. Okay, it's not a bad hand. It's not a great hand either, though. Not yet. We need a twin or Kurikara. Flashing fire to summon, yep. I think I'm ashing Hugin. It's very dangerous though. Like it's okay, that's not where that goes. That goes EMZ. I can play. I just can't play through a lot yet. Am I ashing Hugin? I probably did. What do they discard? Don't discard 3, please. I'm ashing it. I'm ashing it. Oh! Oh! Ooh! Oh! Oh! Hello. We're eating good today. Book of Eclipse. That stops my turn. We also draw 2 cards in the end phase, but it stops my turn. End phase. Flip. Flip. Pop. Pop. Activate starter in end phase. Nah! Okay. Chain econ enemy controller to take the level 2 and keep going. Oh wait, I could have flipped it. You're right. It's fine though. They have a locked EMZ. They can't really get to another fountain unless they top deck it. They have to like top deck fountain, activate the runic card, and then they can play. But like it would have had to been specifically draw fountain or tip. Okay, that's a dead evenly matched. It's okay though. Can you see the list after the game? I'll show you the list after the game, yeah. Special jet. I like this a lot. In this spot, you can go for the first evil twin effect without locking yourselves into fiends. Like I can go for the pop now here. If I go jet and Lila into evil Lila, I can pop without locking myself into fiends. I think that's cool. Because I do control a Kisi kill, so I can go pop. It's not just face-ups, right? It's any card. Okay, I'm gonna pop the old one. Flashing fire. Okay. Fine. Yo, what's up, Pack? Your deck's not looking as broken if they draw like this. It is a skill issue, yeah, true. Yeah, but this is over now. We don't even need to go for gigantic. It doesn't do anything. We just go for like the twin stuff. Yeah. We probably just win because of Gamma Burst. So I think the deck is fine. The deck is fine, honestly. It's like, I don't know if you want 6 books. I don't know if you need Gamma Burst. I'm still not sure. And I think this is too much for sure. 3 Sunny Snitch, 3 Password is too much because like Secret Password is like my least favorite card in this deck. Secret Password is my least favorite card in this deck because if I draw a Sunny Snitch together with a Life Twin, that's fine because then Sunny Snitch is just an extender. But in this version, if you draw Secret Password plus Sunny Snitch, that's hella redundant because you don't have a second target for Sunny Snitch, and Sunny Snitch is once per turn, so you can't, like, it's just completely bad. Like, I think you just don't run Password. The problem is now you have only 7 twin cards, and if you don't draw a twin card, your deck is hella whack. Your deck is so whack if you don't draw a twin spell. A twin card. So I don't know. Maybe you just play like a second Kissy Kill to make up for it. I know it's not ideal to draw Kissy Kill, but like maybe you do that. Or maybe you just have to play Prosp. Pirate Spy, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Prosp might be worth it. I mean, is Prosp worth it? The thing is, Prosp helps with consistency a lot. Like we could play Prosp. You can try Prosp. I hate it though. I really hate it. I hate not getting the value from my twin draws. I don't think you need Gamma Burst, but I'm gonna leave it here. I hate the fact that you don't draw with the twins if you go for Prosp. Like, it makes your deck so much weaker. It makes your deck so much weaker if you go for Prosp. It's like, it's a consistency card, but I don't know if I value it. Maybe you can play Desires, honestly. Hold up. Can we play Desires, maybe? We take this out. We play a second Carrot. That's not bad anyways, I think. I don't hate how this looks. And then maybe we play 2 targets for Jet, so that if we banish 1, it's fine. Is this a recipe? This could be a recipe. Isn't Desire suicide against Cash? Only if they resolve full combo and you don't have an out, in which case you lose anyways. It's not an argument. If you banish your twin targets, I mean, okay, we can take out 1 Sunny Snitch for a second of the other one to make sure we always have 1 to summon. I don't hate it. I think it could be okay. I don't think this is like perfect yet. Probably, most likely not, but it's something to start testing with, I think. I think that's fine. What about Pure Spright though? Pure Spright, I'm honestly lost on. Oh, already exists. Why did I put Pixies into this? Pixies doesn't make sense. Like talents might be okay. What about Dark Beckoning Beast engine? I will experiment with that at some point. I will experiment with the Dark Beckoning Beast at some point. I liked the idea of Runic Spright. I like this list, but I liked the idea of trying something where you go you play the Dark Beckoning engine with Capshell, and that's kind of like you can revive Capshell with the Secret Beast trap. And there you can like discard Runics to revive Capshell and then draw with Capshell and then like make Djinn Buster. Like it's that this seems nice. The only problem with this, like of course you wouldn't play 3/3 and 3 probably, but the problem with this is that you can't play Lava Golem. So this is only good under the premise that you don't need Lava Golem, which I'm not sure if you maybe do. Like maybe you do. But I like the synergy here with Runic Spright. Muckraker? Yeah, but Muckraker locks you into Fiends, right? Wait. Muck. Cannot be used as link material as a monster you control. You target a Fiend monster in your grave except Muckraker. Discard a card, and if you do, special summon that monster. You cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Fiends. Ooh. Ooh, we could like... Oh, we can Gigantic summon Capshell, turn Gigantic and Capshell into Muckraker, draw a card from Capshell, then we bring back Capshell, and then we make a Djinn Buster with Capshell because it's a Fiend. That's cute. And then this thing is battle or card effect destruction by tributing itself. That's not bad. I don't hate that. It's not as good as Elf because it lets you have to discard. And it doesn't work on the opponent's turn. It's not even close to the power level of Elf, but that sounds nice in Runic Spright. We can experiment with that at some point. I'll keep that in my mind. Okay. Some summoner. I don't like that card. I think I like discard a card, target a thunder in your grave, except a link, special summon it. It's like it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad, but I don't think it's good enough to play. Mr. Stupid Ass Foreigner, thank you for the Prime, and Fezro, thank you for the 2 months as well. Welcome back. Appreciate the support, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Very, very generous of you guys to support the channel. Appreciate you. Giant Quasar, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. We need like cavalry. You know what? I'm gonna test the Melfi in this one. I'm gonna try the Melfi package with the trap card for the going first board. Because it only requires one main deck card. And then we can go, yeah, and then we have 5 more non-engine slots. Maybe more if we take out Book of Moon. Not sure if we play Book of Moon. So we have Ash, Fenrir, Nibiru. Why do you like Book of Moon instead of Eclipse? I think that most decks... Like, I think Book of Moon is not necessarily better than Book of Eclipse. You could play both, or you could think Eclipse is better. But I'm trying Book of Moon right now because my theory is that if they don't lock all your spell and trap zones, if they do not lock all your spell and trap zones, you can either book the Arise Heart or the Shangri Era, whichever is more annoying to you, and your deck should probably be able to beat the other one. But Book of Moon is very strong going first. Doesn't Nib conflict with Fenrir? A little bit, but I think if you get to Nib your opponent, you don't care about that. I think if you Nib your opponent, you are happy either way. How good is Labyrinth? Labyrinth is very good, in my opinion. Let's try 2 talents. And so I'm not playing Book of Moon because I think it's better. I'm playing Book of Moon currently because I want to try it. I'm looking. I want to get some games in with that card and see how it feels. We need Gin Buster. Let's play a Dark. Why not 2 Sunfish? You could play a bigger Nimble package, like unironically. I'm just not sure if you can handle the like it's a lot of normal summons, but you could. What do I need in the extra deck? Do we play Masquerena? It doesn't feel that great right now. Like, Masquerena for Unicorn doesn't feel that good defensively. And Avramax also doesn't auto-win against anything. The Muckraker plus Capshell tech, not good in Spright. I mean, you could play 1 Muckraker, I guess. You could play 1 Muckraker with 1 Capshell. Not sure if that's that good, though. How does cash out Avramax? With Scareclaw Kashtira. Scareclaw Kashtira is like randomly so annoying because it outs almost everything. It outs like Punisher, it outs Avramax, it outs everything. IP and Zeraboros. I guess it auto wins against Labyrinth after siding. Let's play the Mosquito to round it out. I like how much room we have in the extra deck here. If we don't play, if we don't have to play any runic fusions, any life twin 4 or 5 cards, we have a lot of room for tech. It doesn't out Punisher, it outs Punisher. Punisher is only unaffected by activated card effects, and Scareclaw doesn't activate. So it does out Punisher. It absolutely outs Punisher. Let me not worry about a side deck. Let's just play best of ones. Ever since Master Duel, that's the prime form anyways. Hop in, anyone. Password is Josh. Run Kashtira by me, if you have it built. Anyone. We haven't played against Kashtira yet. I hope you're on Kashtira. Maybe I said it too late. If not, it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Now it's especially okay. Not sure how I feel about talents. I just kind of threw that in. Ooh, the branded lost commitment. My turn? My turn, Pog. Hello! I'm kind of tempted to try and Zeus this fool. Like, I'm talking like just make cavalry attack, main phase 2, try and slap Zeus before starter plays. I kind of feel like that's the wave right now. That seems very good. Because, like, yeah, I can starter and I'll be safe from the back row because I have carrot. But what do I really make? Know what I mean? What am I making? Nah, I'm doing that. Let's go for Mannequin Cat. We might need cavalry in the future. Brandon opening. Do I care about this? Do I care about Brandon opening? What can that do? Sure. Discard Adlib. Another. Okay, yeah, fine. Yep. Why now? Oh. Oh wait, I even get cat. Let's just pretend they didn't do that. Let's just pretend they waited for main phase 2. Let's just pretend. Let's pretend they played that well. Like, let's pretend they waited for Downerd, okay? Let's pretend they waited for Downerd. Because otherwise it's... Yeah. I didn't forget. I just wanted to, you know... Yeah. Yes. I absolutely... Yep. Beep boop. Talents would be live then, though. But they did technically do it in the battle phase. It's fucked up now. It's fucked up now. Everything is fucked up. It's fine. It's whatever. Rez. Nib? Ah. Okay. Well, now it's all fixed. The thing is, I have Ash, so I can just, like, draw 2 cards. I could, like, just draw 2. That makes my follow-up significantly stronger. Aluber top deck? How is Aluber bad? I guess they can have, like... They can go for, like, Brandon and red. Let's get rid of it. We can play next turn anyways. Do that. Peter, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh my god, thank god I went talents. Oh my god. The universe is out to get me, dude. The universe is out to get me, dude. Oh my god. I played around the universe being freaking cruel, man. What would my draws have been? Yeah. Yeah. I would have drawn 2 dead cards. And then I would have gotten, freaking destroyed by the top deck, dude. Oh my god. Alright, bring me Kashtira. Well, actually, he shuffled the deck so he wouldn't have drawn that card, Josh. Actually, not true. Not funny at all. Bro, can I draw a beaver? Like, once? Hello? Yet F. Starter F. Blau F. Add Rot. Bob. It's funny, we don't even use Gigantic here. Because we have it all. I'm just gonna make the Melfi. It's a little anti-synergistic with Sprint, unfortunately. Because we can't do both, like, Playhouse and Sprint F, but it's fine. Could have made Mannequin Cat, but then we don't have Playhouse. Ooh. What if we keep the trap in hand and we set Eclipse so they think it's Playhouse? And then we just never use Playhouse because we just bounce with Sprint instead and it's the same thing? I don't know if it's better. I'm doing it. It's a dead card in hand. It also works with Mannequin Cat. We can set it up later. But this is also a scenario where I hate Book of Eclipse. Like, imagine you're playing against Cash, and they special a Kashtira. I want to book that. I want to book that, but I don't want to Book of Eclipse it. They did all the time in PK Fire, search Fogblade, set Strike Pass, opponent Pendulums 5. Yeah, stuff like that. I don't think it's that the payoff is that big here, but... Why don't you want to Book of Eclipse it? Because Eclipse books my own board. It books my own stuff too. Ah. Which? This and this. Okay, you didn't have to take Sprint. I don't really understand. I guess you don't want me to be able to destroy with Red or Carrot? Fair enough. Yo, thank you, Enal Gome. Greetings to Peru. What time is it there? Summon? Or banish 5? That's fine. 10:29 a.m. Oh, it's not that bad. It's just 6-hour difference. I didn't know it was that few. Okay. Spright Jet this card. I kind of just don't want you to have Fountain. I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't think. Yeah, I don't want you. You shall not have. You shall not have that. And then on res, I think I'll Fenrir banish this to lock out the sprites from coming down. Because if they discard Jet here, they absolutely have another Sprite, blue or Jet in hand. They have another blue or Jet in hand. I bet my life on it. They have another one. So one card is a Sprite card. Which means they don't break this board. Yeah, Freezing Curses negate Fenrir is fine. I could dodge it with Eclipse, but don't need to. Banish 3. Pop, pop, pop. Think on res. I could Eclipse here. It probably ends their turn. Like I said, they have a Sprite in hand. They can't normal summon. They can't use a Runic to special summon. They will draw one card off of Hugin in the end phase. And do I have game next turn? Probably. Starter is the punish. Starter is the punish, but they still can't link summon this turn, right? They still cannot link anything because the Hugin is here. So they can go like starter into blue, into jet, into smashers, into gigantic, into IP. It's annoying. It's a little annoying, but if they summon, nah, it's fine. Go ahead. Starter is a little scary, but like I said, it was just going to be another jet. I'm going to use this then to negate that. Neither have been used. Red and Carrot have not been used yet. The problem is I can only use one of them because I have to tribute the other. Now, if they make gigantic, I can just eclipse it. The big problem is if they play Nimbles now, they can make a huge sprint. But I was just kind of guessing they wouldn't play Nimbles because they play Lava Golem in 40 cards. I don't feel like you have room for 5 Nimbles. That'd be unreasonable. Just book now, then they draw 2. I might lose the grind game. That's a Havness, sir. Did you put Havness instead of Merly? No, the Havness tech. Okay. Not the Dragostapelia. Needing to proxy on dueling book. How? Alright, so you put a token onto that red. Oh no, on the Fenrir. Okay, fine. And now what? How is this? This is not an extender. I don't believe you. Well, like, the Eclipse still catches them off guard, because I bet you they think it's Playhouse, unless they're watching stream, in which case, don't do that. But the Eclipse still does it here. They draw 2 cards in the end phase, though. I think I just Eclipse here. Because that... No, it doesn't end their turn, because they can summon. Okay, yeah. Move. Continue. Now I'm going to Eclipse. Ha! They thought it was the Melfi trap. We got him, chat. We got him. Where is Melfi trap? Where is Melfi trap? Material goes? No, material stays under a under an XYZ if it's booked. You did Eclipse the Hugin and they had starter? I was just afraid of, like, if they play Hyperia cap shell stuff, they can draw into things that I can't predict. If they have starter, and, like, let's say they go Hyperia, draw Fountain, and the last card in their hand is a Runic card, we completely lose, like, from that point on. I feel like I have to Eclipse this again. Is our board not flipped up in the end phase? No, Eclipse only flips back up your opponent's cards. It says, during the end phase this turn, change as many face down defense position monsters your opponent controls as possible to face up defense position. Then your opponent draws cards equal to the number of monsters changed face up by this effect. Do I have to Eclipse this board or not? It's just Dragostapelia. I could also just attack it. These two. I don't think I have to Eclipse. Fenrir F. Gigantic is only attack, so leap. This is pure Spright, yeah. Unfortunately, did not draw a monster, but we have a line of sprint because I play 2 sprint, right? Yeah. Do we have a dark line? Not yet. We don't have a dark. Safia MB, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Defense. So I'm gonna flip red. Go battle phase. We have to remove the Dragostapelia first. Actually, this has to stay set. Because they can make it level 1. If they make it level 1, I actually don't have a play. Add Riceheart for Fenrir? Dude, if we played Kashtira Spright, we could make Dracosack Barricade Borg Blocker and then Sprind. I want to battle this. What's the name of the music? This is Mr. Blue Sky. Alright, now we go to our main phase 2. Flip. Spright Red. This one's level 1, but it's not negated anymore, so we can keep this around. We have to go like this. Into Spright number 2. Unfortunately, this only summons 1 because we don't play Sunfish. So we go Gigantique and then we make stuff happen. This F Jet Special Jet Spec Jet. Probably starter for Carrot is the best against this deck. Oops. Starter for Carrot seems like it's the best. And now we make Mannequin Cat. Because that makes Melfi Playhouse a double bounce. Not too bad. And now they evenly you. May I introduce you to Spright Carrot's effect? Bluff Eclipse again. That would have actually been funny if I don't set Playhouse again. I think this time we said it. It's not negated anymore. No. It can't vanish. Oh, they also don't have a battle phase. No, they skipped last turn. They skipped last turn. The counter confuses. Okay, well, for the counter, the way it works, Dragostapelia reads, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, place a Predaplan counter on it, and if it's level 2 or higher, it becomes level 1 as long as it has a Predator counter. That's a lingering effect with the counter. The next part, negate the activated effects of your opponent's monsters that have a counter. That's Dragostapelia's continuous effect. So that part stops applying once Dragostapelia leaves the field. In case you're watching, I don't know. You're probably not. Dispelling to summon. That is fine. So I know they have red in hand. I know they have red in hand plus 3 unknowns. Can I summon a light monster from somewhere? Light Fury? I don't have anything, I think. I can summon a Nip. True. Discard red. Okay. That is fine. You shall be able to search here. Do I banish on resolution? I don't think so. I will not banish on resolution. Nothing on res. If they go for a Spright here, I can chain Mannequin to get red as well. Activate Fountain, that's fine. This Melfi Playhouse is about to be juicy. This Melfi Playhouse about to be really juicy. Watch this Playhouse. Target Carrot, okay. Target Carrot is fine. Banish top, banish top, banish top. Unless they have another runic, then it's not that juicy. Pop, 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 pop. No more red in your deck. Mannequin Cat also summons from graveyard. In case you ever thought about reading it before typing, but that's up to you. All right, GG's. All right. This deck is also not bad. I think it's like you can work on it. I don't know if you need talents. You probably don't need 6 books. Everything else looks pretty solid. It feels solid. The Playhouse is cool. Maybe you can play something else other than the Playhouse. Like you can just not play the Playhouse. And then instead of making Melfi, you try to make Ginbuster or you make IP. You know? So like you don't have to play this card. It feels okay though, to be honest. Lancea inside for Mannequin Cat against Huguenot Cash. Lancea seems good. Yeah, Lancea is a good card in this deck. For sure. My verdict for today. We've tried 3 different versions now. Runic Spright. I think I can't really give a verdict on Runic Spright yet. I think it's strong. Exactly how strong, I need some more experimentation. Maybe we can try this stuff down here. That seems like a very cool idea. We can try it. But Runic Spright suffers a little bit from the problem that you don't have as much room for non-engine. But I like this. Also, this extra deck is extremely tight if you play the twins. But this version was solid, I think. This version was solid. Maybe you pair it with the these, and it's cool too. Twin Spright, while I think currently it works the best, I think Twin Spright in this current moment works the best because it is the easiest one to build. That doesn't mean it's the overall best though. Like I think if you work on the other 2 lists here, they might be better than Twin Spright. The problem with Twin Spright that I have is you have to play so many twin cards that you also actually don't have that much room for non-engine. I mean, you still have a lot. Like you still play Nib, Ash, Enemy, Book. It's still 15 non-engine, which is a lot still, but not as much as I would like to. Like, you have to play so many freaking twin cards for it to be consistent, and that's something that bothers me. And then the pure one, to me, feels like, with some work, it could actually be better. I think with some work, the Twin Spright deck could actually be better than the other versions, but I don't know yet. So that's my verdict. I think Twin Spright is solid, but it's out of the 3 versions we tested today, I think it's the one with the least amount of potential for improvement. While, of course, the list isn't perfect, that's not what I'm saying, but in terms of like what it can do, I think it has the least amount of like things to be discovered or things to be tried out. It's like, yeah, it's always going to be like, you need to open a twin plus a sprite plus non-engine, and then it's really good. If it's if you don't open that, then it's not that good. Are you leaning more towards Labyrinth or Sprite? Currently my take on that would be, if I was going to a locals or a regionals type event, I would be more inclined to experiment with Spright because I enjoy those decks a lot and I think they have potential, so I would try them if the tournament isn't super important for me. If there was like a YCS next weekend and I had to bring the best deck, I think I would bring Labyrinth. I think that deck is genuinely a very good deck right now. And so I think that's where I'm at. Like, and it's similar to that. Like, Labyrinth has already been, quote unquote, not solved, but there's like already very solid. There is very solid Labyrinth lists out there already. Same for Notoria Runic. That deck is also a consideration for me as well. But if I wanted to, basically, if I wanted to like try something, play a regional and try something new, I would play Spright. If it was a YCS, I'd probably play something like Labyrinth or Runic Notoria. To keep it short. Do we have a Labyrinth list? I don't think I have a... I have one, but I don't think it's up to date. It's from like 2 weeks ago or something. It looks like this. But I don't think it's correct. Actually, why did we put Gozen in the main deck? There shouldn't be Gozen. There should be like... there should be like 3 barriers. Maybe there should be Skill Drain. And then there's like the one trap trick idea I liked from Ryan Yu. Something like this. Maybe you can main deck Heavenly Prison as well. Maybe you play less Arianas. I don't know. If you play Coup Clock, you could also maybe play 1 barrier. Because you can fetch it and then just use it. In general, you can make better use of the ability to set one-off trap cards, maybe. But yeah, this is my current Labyrinth list. You're still doing Deck Doctor? At some point. At some point, I will. I don't do it randomly in the streams. Like, I don't like... Don't get me wrong. But I don't like when people just post deck lists randomly. When I'm doing something else and they like, hey, look at this deck. Like, if I always do that, the stream is just hella unstructured. If it's like, hey, I'm looking at Spright right now, and you're like, hey, look at my Labyrinth deck. Look at my Kashira deck. Look at this. That's why, just in case you ever wondered, that's why I usually don't respond to that when you just randomly come into the stream and be like, hey, look at my deck. I have dedicated streams for that. I have dedicated streams where I let people submit decks on my Discord, which, by the way, !Discord if you want to join the Discord community. That's how we do that. Every other week, I do a Deck Doctor stream where people can submit deck lists on the Discord, and then I will look at your deck and give you tips for improvement. I just don't randomly do it on like every stream. But yes, that's that. Anyways, tomorrow, one thing that a lot of people have been asking me to do, because we are nearing the end of the stream, sadly. This one went by fast. I had fun today. Tomorrow, we're going to do tier lists. Which is crazy, because tomorrow is actually Thursday. So tomorrow, we're doing actual tier list Thursday. For hand traps and board breakers tomorrow. For the new format. Because I'm just getting, like, overwhelmed by questions of, like, hey... how do you like this card, this format? How do you like that card, this format? And so I'm going to try and answer those questions tomorrow. So, yeah, I guess be there or be square. Follow the stream if you haven't yet. If you are new to the stream, by the way, thank you again for the amazing viewer numbers we've been hitting recently. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream as much as you do. And I'm thankful for everyone, you know, hanging out, participating in chat. Even if you're just watching, just lurking, not even taking part in chat, that's fine. Thank you so much for being here. If you're not followed yet, feel free to follow the channel. But I'm gonna call it a day for now. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I did. I had fun with some Spright experimentation. It's not gonna be the last time we've tried Spright. Definitely not. Either way, I'm gonna send you guys over to Farfa, and I hope you have a great rest of your day or start into your day wherever you are in the world. And Farfa is doing a Challenger Cup today, so you can watch that. And I hope to see you guys again tomorrow when I'll be live again with some more TCG action, I think. And until then, have a great rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. And bye-bye, everyone. Peace.